they come. They're going to try to destroy it, and it's going to be destroyed by... Oh! Here comes another orbital strike. The Buddha Company, they won a victory!
The Terran Republic is tearing through everything. There's not enough Vanu to stop them.
But I'm freaking out, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get a chance to see this live on stream.
That is the underdog story of the century.
How's it going, everybody? So last week, we had an Alpha Wars breakdown. And it was this song that we selected to listen to. It helps us basically maintain pace. The intensity of Alpha Wars is so hype, so intense, that outfits have to basically spend the next 1 hour taking one big breath, and in hopes that they can finish within that 1 hour to succeed either first, second, or third place. If this is your first time watching this stream, my name is ArsheeTV. I'm here to represent a game called Planetside 2. This game is a first-person shooter, massive multiplayer online, free-to-play game that you all can play today. Over 900 players will battle it out. 300 versus 300 versus 300 go head-to-head, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Nobody goes to sleep in that game. It feels like it. After 9 years, the developers of Daybreak decided to go and hire a team called Rogue Planet Games to focus directly the sole content of Planetside 2 back in February 2020. They've done a fantastic job delivering some incredible new updates for the last year. And here it is, Alpha version 3 of Alpha Wars, where it's a very high competitive space where the best 48 players versus 48 players versus 48 players will battle it out on this new continent that they created, new map, new game mode called Alpha Wars for 1 hour. The first team to get 750 points wins. It's an entire capturing system that you guys got the chance to see in the starting screen. The map has 3 different perspectives there. You basically have a starting zone at the very northern end, southwest end, the southeast end, and they will basically try to take down these specific hex nodes. And every time you own a base, you get 1 point for every 10 seconds. And those 1 point every 10 seconds adds up to 750 total. And at that exact 750 mark, or the exact 1 hour time limit mark, whichever comes first, will be declared the winner. And we're going to see 6 weeks of this. We're currently on week 4. And we have 2 more weeks of Alpha Wars before the very final gold, silver, and bronze rank matches. So I hope you guys are all excited to see what's going to happen with your game mode called Alpha Wars. And this is called the Alpha Wars Breakdown, where we'll take exactly what we saw on Friday and Saturday, the best of Asia, the best of Europe, the best of US East and West servers. And we're here to break it down to find out, are you guys enjoying this format? Do you guys want to see anything different? You guys want to basically have different thoughts about how to get this game mode to be more proficient for you and your favorite game called Planetside 2. So again, I hope you guys basically are enjoying your nice cup of coffee like I am right now. And if this music is too slow for you guys, this is too relaxing and everybody's going to pass out, we will go and basically have another poll between 2 or 3 different types of songs here. And this is a chance for you guys on Twitch who show up on time to vote your favorite song. We're going to go ahead and put the poll for 2 minutes. Again, last week you chose this song. And if it was too much for you guys, you have a chance to make a decision here today. So let's get a chance to go and actually check out the chat real quick and say hi to everybody. We've got Ratslinger in the channel, Newbie78, Lady Flame, S Rice. It's good to see you with those freaking hilarious emotes from Talk to Me Goose. Oh my god, those are amazing. Banana from Dark Nebbles, Krugwolf. You got Oblivify. You got Go the Go. Unbelievable people. Smurlock. I love you guys. Pordellos. Electric Nuts. Cell said something earlier. One of the speakers here today. And many more. And Cappy with Kappa. Make sure those connect at all times. So let's go ahead and show you guys the 3 different songs that I have ready for you guys. We can play music such as this. A little bit more upbeat. This is from No Copyright Music. This is more gamer-based music. We can play this kind of music. I'll leave it on for 10 seconds so you guys can at least understand the kind of genre. And I'll play it a little bit low so that way while we're having them talk. This is the volume level that I can play it at. And then we also have your Planetside 2 music. So again, I'm going to give you a chance to go and listen to the 3 songs while you guys vote. Let's go ahead and make a poll. Which song do you wish to have for today's breakdown? EDM, gamer music, coffee house, coffee house jazz, or Planetside 2 BGM. You guys can go ahead and select it right now at the very top of Twitch right now. You can basically select whichever you want. I'll keep switching to give you a chance to hear all the different types of songs. You cannot hear any music. Are you kidding me? Can you hear it now? Can you hear it now? Barely. Oh crap. Perfect now. Okay. It was too quiet. That's good. Okay, thank you so much. So this is Coffee House Jazz. This is EDM, house music. And this is Planetside 2 music coming up next. And this is Planetside 2. So I make sure you guys go ahead and select your vote here today. I hope you guys basically select what you guys want at the very top. It's currently tied. Are you kidding me, chat? You have 4 votes on each one. Whatever you guys choose, I'm going to basically select the coffee house if it's a full tie. Oh, you're right, because the EDM has voices in it. You could be right about that. I mean, you are right about that. Just split just 2 factions. Just split like the PS factions. It's true, we could do that. I'm always right, Archie. All right, we're going to go ahead and while we're doing that, we're going to go and put the coffee house jazz while we introduce the new speakers. We'll bring them in now. Hannibal Forge will introduce himself first, and then we'll go each and every single one while we do the coffee house jazz like that was last week's music and get a chance to hear who these speakers are.
I may.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're currently live on stream right now. How you guys all doing?
Cut the talk.
Good. We've been having a good discussion.
No worries, no worries.
Doing great.
Thank you guys all for basically stopping by. We've got amazing guests here today. We've got Hannibal Forge, we got Be Gone, Thunderstorm, we got Schmitty, Fell, and Born Flunky. We're going to have Hannibal Forge introduce himself first, and then we'll go in order all the way down to the very down. Hannibal, please take it away.
Hey, Arshee. So my name is Hannibal. I play on Emerald, US. I represent the outfit 2RAF, which is the Second Republic Assault Force. We're a combined arms, all ages outfit, catering to new players and veteran players both, with a very military-friendly establishment as well. We play on the Terran Republic faction. I've played PS2 for about 1,400 plus hours. And why I would be a good fit for the speaker role. I've played Alpha Wars since the inception of since this Alpha cycle, I should say correctly. And currently, the outfit I play for is 4-0, so I think we're doing something right. We have a decent understanding of the format, and I'm really passionate about it, as I'm sure all these gentlemen are. And I think that we can have some really good discussion about it with the whole lot of us here. So that's pretty much it. And with that, I'm going to throw it down to Mr. Begong.
Sup, I'm Begong. I play on Emerald. I'm a solo outfit player, so it's going to be a completely new perspective probably coming in to the discussion. I'm not going to name off my solo outfits because it's all weeb stuff and no one wants to hear that. Play on all 4 factions. Have about 4,000 hours in the game. Why would it be a good fit for the speaker role is because I don't think there's been someone in that plays like I do that's been in this type of discussion, but I'm extremely passionate about the game, and I want to see it grow and more people play it. And I think currently with how Outfit Wars is being handled, it doesn't add to that growth of Planetside. With that, I will pass it on down to Thunder.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. Again, I'm here. Well, the name's Thunder, or Thunderstorm AT. I'm from the Miller server. I am currently the leader of the HRGC, or Hurricane Resurgence outfit on Miller, like I said. We are an NC outfit. I currently have 750 hours played on PC inside Planetside 2, but I have like 2.5 years of experience from console. And why I would be a good fit for the speaker role, because I'm very passionate about the game. I want to see the game grow. I want to see more people enjoy the game and just have fun with it like we do inside our outfit. And yeah, that's pretty much for me. I'm gonna hand it down to Schmitty.
I'm Schmitty. I guess you know me by now from the last other 2 times I've been here. Just a humble player making my way through all Roxas. That's pretty much it. Yeah, Thel, so who are you?
Yeah, I'm Tel. Well, you've also seen me or heard me, on the stream in the past few weeks. Server Cobalt, all 3 factions. T, 6,000 hours, mostly infantry. And I'm very experienced, so I fit very well in the speaker role. Yo.
Born Flunky, go ahead.
How's it going, everyone? I'm Born Flunky, currently working for my NC bonus checks with Western Tactical on Connery. I've been playing the game since beta. I've got roughly 2,200 hours and some change in the game. I'm hoping to provide a sort of tangential perspective into this whole discussion. I want to try and take a peek behind the curtain and look at Rogue Planet Games and Daybreak and their handling and communication during this event.
Okay, well said. Thank you so much. We're going to go ahead and basically get a chance to introduce you guys to last week's episode. We had 8 speakers last week, and this week we're going to have 6 speakers. And so to give you an idea, last week's topics that we talked about, that we won't be diving into we won't be diving into in depth about anymore because we had it last week. The first topic of last week was how many weeks should How It Works be, and we went down and have the entire summary of it at that entire stream. So check it out. It is in the VOD. We're going to also post it on YouTube soon. Topic number 2, add additional bracket systems. Topic number 3, the ability to cancel outfits before or during Outfit Wars. Topic number 4 was, should Outfit Wars be having referees covering the matches? And we expressed what our referees were. We went super in depth on every one of these topics. Topic number 5, should we have the ability to have exhibition matches on Desolation during the week? Topic 6 was, does NSO have a place in Outfit Wars? Topic 7, loyalty system and Outfit Wars rewards. And topic 8, should Outfit Wars be held to a higher standard, such as unsportsmanlike behavior, griefing, stacking teams, and double team, etc. We went down all of those subjects. All of the topics will be listed above, and we're going to give you a chance to see what today's topics are about. Topic number 1 is now on the board. You guys will get a chance to see that right here, and be a part of that. And so, topic number 1 is going to be, what are your thoughts about adding kills as a factor into winning Outfit Wars? The current system is first to 750 points wins the match as first place. You gain 1 point every 10 seconds while owning a relic. Reasons why we're talking about adding kills into Outfit Wars as a subject matter is a solution towards double teaming ? I've gotten lots of DMs about it. I've gotten people who went super in depth as far as to create an entire new format design. And we're talking about pages, like documents, where I'm a Twitch streamer and I'm just like you guys. I don't work at Rogue Planet, and they are trying to think of a solution to give Outfit Wars an opportunity to see a different version. But we're here to talk about kills. We're not here to talk about the schematics, about how to break it down perfectly. We're just going to see, is it a good idea or a bad idea? And we'll have everybody here have a chance to speak about it, and we'll go down that path. Let's go ahead and start with Hannibal Forge. Do you have an opinion on this subject? And if not, we're going to keep moving until all the speakers have had a chance to have an opinion.
Yeah, I do actually. So kills in Outfit Wars, I'm a bit ambivalent. I should say I have mixed feelings on it. I think there are evident benefits to the idea of kills as points, obviously with the notion of introducing a means to counteract double teaming by giving a team that is getting double teamed a way to catch up and score by effectively feeding them bodies to the meat grinder. Conversely, I think there is room for abuse when it comes to the idea of that, and it will obviously require some level of mathematics to ensure that it's fair. Now, I know that Odeon from KN1 on Emerald has come up with a pretty solid system for this. My basic perception of it is that it adds a tactical element to the game and a strategic element to the game that could be beneficial, but it has to be implemented correctly, and it would have to be done in a way that is still balanced by the base point accruance. Again, I know Odeon's gone really in depth in this, so I'd love to see that, but yeah, I think it could be good, but it would have to be done correctly. That's my take on it.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and go to Begon.
My take on that is, like Hannibal said, there's a lot of room for abuse when it comes to adding kills to a factor, because you could then just have 48 players just roaming around in a PPA scythe and just farming infantry trying to capture a point. Now, that obviously wouldn't work, but what I'm saying is it's not going to work. One, it adds too many rules to the rule set, and the more rules you add to something, the more gray area comes in, and then you have to try and figure out what's bad, what's good, and people will get banned for no reason, people will get banned for a good reason, but it just will spark a massive amount of conflict if you even try to add that many rules to a competitive format, if it even is going to be a competitive format. That's all I got.
When you say rules, help elaborate. If they add it as a function, when you get a kill, you get a point towards the scoring system. You change the score system to a place that makes kills viable. How does that help me understand that?
You add points. So the more rules you add, so you have a point per tick for having a base, and then you have 10% of a point for getting a kill with so and so weapon. and you get 0.5% of a point for getting a kill with a Banshee or a PPA, and you get 0.1% for getting a kill with C4. But then, sometimes you need C4 to kill a max. So should the point worth of that max kill with C4 be worth more because, you needed to use it? Or, it just adds way too much, and it's going to be a massive one, being way too much to code, and
Big,
it would
massive
be
cluster
a
just to help you out.
devastation. Yeah, it would be a devastation of a code to try and work and implement, and people will find the breaks in it and exploit it and just completely annihilate, matches if kills were included.
Gotcha. Thank you. And is there anything else you want to add before we go to Thunderstorm? Well said, by the way.
Well, seems like he's not saying anything. Well, I have mixed feelings on the topic. I feel like you could balance it out rather well. Like I've been talking on Schmidty on Discord about this, making it the case that you get like a certain amount of points for a kill, but it depends on how many bases you have, and you would have to balance that in a way that it doesn't like just makes it overwhelming. So like if someone has like no bases at all, they can still gain 1 point if they kill someone, but at the same time, like having like someone that has 5 bases gains 5 points per kill or something like that. It would be rather difficult to really implement, but I think it could work, but it would be, like I said, rather difficult to implement. But it could help out with the double team scenarios, and it could help out other people that like focus more on like getting actual first person shooter parts in there instead of running to bases all the time. And yeah, that's it from me.
All right.
Schmitty.
Well, I'll take over then. I guess okay, well, as Dana said, we've talked about this a little bit, and I haven't done the math, and I guess Odin did, but he isn't here right now. And what I think would be a way to go, in my opinion, is to make it so you get more points per capture, and also make it so that you actually get like 1 point for a kill and you lose 1 point for a death. That way it's not only it's not only farming, but you actually have to keep yourself alive. It's not just merely shooting there. And because you get more points per capture, you're actually encouraged to move into enemy territory and not just sit on your 4 bases. I think that but it, of course, I mean, this all boils down to numbers. It would have to be done correctly, right? Somebody said it in chat too, pretty fairly. I think that in Battlefield is a good example of a ticket system that pretty much works on kills and also takes the ticking points into account, right? And the yeah, but it would create many problems in regards to like you would make sure it can't be abused properly, because it will be if it isn't bulletproof. And I think that keeping it simple, like you get a kill, you get a point per kill and lose 1 point, and also maybe more points for captures and less for holding, would encourage like a more active playstyle, and also reward like more than just like the broad tactical decisions, right? So yeah. Well, what do you say?
Well, I had a talk a little bit with Arshee a couple days ago, because I brought it up as well, not knowing that Odeon actually had this idea, but I would be interested in seeing his plan for that. But what I think about the kill thing is that it would discourage double teaming, of course. And let's say you have 3 equally skilled outfits, then it would make no sense whatsoever to go for one outfit as like the 2 others, right? Because you just give them the win by default. Now I also saw a couple of things in chat. But Podilo said that, what about a revise? Well, I think what you could do is you could strike a balance between capping bases and killing people. Now then you need to make a decision, right? Like, is it worthwhile to just cap this base and give up these kills, or revive the people and get the base and get killed a lot, or just lose the base and kill these people. So you would also have to think about that. I see a lot of people saying, "Oh, Planetside is 1v1v1 by like it's a 3-faction war by default, by definition." But the thing is, most fights on live are 1v1. Like only the Crown, right? Nascents, like Isatech, those kind of fights happen very, very. No, I don't know the
They're
word.
not the norm.
They're not the norm. Yeah, most fights are 1v1. And yes, Planetside has 3 factions, but that shouldn't mean that that Outfit Wars should be a 3-way fight, because apparently it doesn't work. Like we've seen that. It only works on Emerald when the factions are equally skilled. But even then, it still leaves up too much room for double teaming and influencing the match in a way that isn't ideal. And also, someone here says that Rick the Skooma dealer, the 1v1v1 format means you just have to be better at the full game instead of one aspect. Yeah, but let's say if you have a big quote-unquote stack fit, right, and you lose against 2 really bad outfits, like you can be as good as you want to be, or you can be, but it doesn't matter because you get double teamed hard, right?
It's also that only one aspect of it gets measured, right? It's only
Yes.
that one, like you only get measured by how many point holds you have, right?
Yes.
So by saying that you need a diverse judgment, you can't really, like, that doesn't make any sense. No, then the kill thing would actually be what you want, because then it's more than just holding. It's like also how good your infantry or your vehicles are, and like individual skill is more represented then. Yeah. So
Just to confirm, going forward, because Thel and Schmidt are good
Yeah, but
friends,
sorry,
they're not
yeah.
cutting each other off because they're disagreeing. They're adding value to each other's questions. Another question I have over towards Thel, because he's focused on this subject and we want to make sure he gets his subject out of the way, is do you think this 1v1v1 format can exist for a majority of this community while also adding a 1v1 format? Because it sounds to me that we're trying to fix this 1v1v1 format to fit a specific group of people that enjoy a 1v1 format more. Would that be more effective if we just said, here's your 1v1 and here's 1v1v1 as well? Would this kills example still exist?
But the 1v1 already exists. No, you have Jaeger. So that question's a little like...
Then you could, exactly. But also, you could also point in the other direction, right? 1v1v1 already exists on the live servers every 24 hours a day.
Correct.
Right? So what's the point?
The point...
The format doesn't make sense is in a 1v1v1. We've seen it in the majority of the matches that it doesn't work. It doesn't.
Help me understand what doesn't make sense. It works. It makes sense when the outfits are equally skilled. So that way, outfit doesn't smack talk. That outfit didn't stack fit. That outfit didn't have a political side in the game that basically forces them to basically get fully affected. Because on the live server, you've known each other for 8 years, and for the last 8 years, if you guys have been playing this game for that long, and the amount of smack talking that you guys give each other, finally there's a game mode out there that forces you to play against that team. You're going to have very much invested efforts to focus that team. Not because they're just good, but because they've also found ways to, get under your skin.
Yeah, but I think everybody in this channel here would say that shouldn't trump your will to win.
Oh, yeah. I do agree.
Yeah.
I don't agree with that.
So
I agree with that as well. They should not be signed to Alpha Wars just to sabotage. I agree. Yes, I'm not going to disagree with that. I agree with that statement. Now, this is another piece for everybody in chat so we can make sure we understand, because I left chat open on purpose this time to see if I can do a good job of speaking with the speakers and also giving a chat a chance to speak as well. And if it turns out that I can't bring the chat into the mix, I will have to hide this chat and focus just on the speakers like I did last week. We're testing the waters here. Every day I'm going to try new things. And if it doesn't work out, we just eliminate it. We have people in chat right now saying there is no place on Earth that has a 1v1v1 format. And the reason behind it is because Obviously 1v1, you see the World Cup, you see ESL, you see esports, you see all these different places do 1v1. Planetside 2 has invented a 1v1v1 format. We are the only ones on this planet that are working with it right now. We
It's been
see
around
games.
for like many years.
It's been
though.
around
Like,
for many years.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm saying,
It's
like
not
in
a new
general,
thing.
we're trying to create something from thin air. We're basically reinventing
Yeah, but
the wheel
no,
here.
no, it's nothing
So-
new.
Yeah,
So
just can I
Okay,
jump
to
in on
Camel,
this
I had
real
it too.
quick?
So
Can I-
again,
Yeah.
if we went down this path of 1v1v1 and their developers came out saying we want to take what's on the live and condense it down to a smaller format to show you what it looks like to be on the live fighting in this continent design, that is practically what we're seeing here. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Well,
so
I
but
guess.
I want to chime in on this. So the problem with 1v1v1 is when a competitive 1v1v1 format is it, especially in Planetside or in any other game if you did it, it's no longer about who knows the game mechanics the best, who's the best at armor, who's the best at air, who's the best at infantry, who's the best at force commanding. It is who's the best at politics, who can make friends with the other outfit to double team an outfit, and then at the point where they have no chance to win, then going and fighting the person that you need to fight in order to pull that victory. And it also would have to deal with politics with the person you're double teaming against. Do they hate me more than the other person? It doesn't work, and you can never make a successful 1v1v1 competitive format, no matter how you look at it, because politics is not a game mechanic, it is a community driven aspect of a game, and when you do that, it doesn't work. So you need to make a 1v1 format because, one, it'll allow for these grudges between outfits to be played out way better than a 1v1v1 format. If some outfit hates another outfit and they're pit up against an outfit wars, boom, there you go, you have an answer of who is better on that week or in that outfit war cycle. It's all these problems that we're trying to discuss to fix with a 1v1v1 format can easily be fixed by, if you make the amount of effort put into making a 1v1v1 format would take the same time as implementing an effect to have outfits of the same faction fight each other and then just making a 1v1 thing. So I think where Schmitty and Thel are coming from is having a discussion on trying to make a 1v1v1 format work is a waste of time. It's a waste of dev time, it's a waste of the game's time, and it's not beneficial to the game. I think that's where it lies with this 1v1v1 format.
Okay, so I'm gonna leave that piece right there. I'm gonna leave that piece right there. Just that piece, we're gonna hold it because now we're gonna talk about this piece. Last time I ignored it, so because this is the last piece he's just thrown into the fire, let's go give Born Flunky a chance to talk about this format and comment on Be Gone. Go back to the top to Hannibal Fortune, come right back down. Go ahead, Born Flunky.
Alrighty. I disagree to an extent that there's no purpose to the 1v1v1 format. I would argue that on Connery, my outfit experienced probably the ultimate example of one of these matches. When we fought against Merc and Dark, we all finished that match within about 25 points of each other. There were, to my knowledge, very little politics involved. We all brought our own. We didn't seek outside help. We brought our own individual members, and it was an incredibly fun fight. It's probably the most fun I've had on the game in about a solid year. I understand that there's a lot of obstacles, because for every match like that, we've got a match that ended up like whatever sparked the unspoken code of conduct. And there's definitely a lot of refining to be done. However, given that this is still technically an alpha test, I'm willing to try and refine this and see this through.
Well said. So I'm going to summarize what you said. You want a summary for it yourself, or I'm going to clarify what you said too? Overall, you're enjoying Outfit Wars. You do believe a 1v1v1 does exist in this day and age for Planetside 2, but it just needs some work. Is that what I've just heard?
Exactly.
Awesome.
Same could apply to live. Like I think the format is very fun, but I think everyone's sick of fighting just at the Crown or Nason's Defiance, for example. If it started happening other places, I think there would be fewer complaints.
Well said. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. I just played Planetside 2 last night, and I don't think I ever found a fight that was less than like 10 versus 10. I got raided by like almost 48 people every time I took a base. So it's just like, oh god. So it's really difficult to play by a single player at night, 11 o'clock p.m. on Connery. But that was my first time going on. I got to basically do more often. Throughout the week, I'll play from Sunday through Thursday just to get an idea of what it looks like in the culture of Connery. And then I'll do the same thing for Miller, same thing for Emerald, same thing for Cobalt and Soltech, just to see if you guys all have the same type of behaviors over there. Born, is there anything else you want to add before I go to Hannibal and he can talk about Big Gon's statement? All right, let's go to Hannibal.
So for me, the stance that the 1v1v1 format is a waste of time to me is it remains bewildering, because the whole core of Planetside is a 1v1v1, and yes, in Planetside you get double teamed, and you have, and the argument has been made in a previous discussion that when you go to a base, it's not a 1v1v1, it's two factions fighting each other, right? It's NC and TR, or TR and NC, or VS and NC, or TR and VS. But that ignores the macro play of the game. It only focuses on the micro, because the micro is those base fights, but the macro play is the chaos that comes from having a third faction making an iteration across the map. If you're fighting at Crossroads Watchtower and then you get hit by the VS hard at Quartz Ridge or Indoor Excavation, and suddenly your population has to be pulled away, that's a huge macro play that just disrupted the entire flow of your micro fight. I don't disagree that in a more traditional, as far as we look at traditional competitive, a 1v1 is the more traditional form of being competitive. But to say that a 1v1v1 format is a waste of time, or doesn't lend itself to a competitive format, or doesn't have enough merit to be worth saving because of politics, to me it devalues the whole point of Outfit Wars as I understand it to be, which is my opinion, not empirical fact, which is that it is a demonstration of the meta and micro game of Planetside 2 in a much more condensed format, using outfits as a fulcrum to demonstrate tactical and strategic play on a smaller level. So Outfit Wars allows that macro play of another faction coming in and ruining your game plan by causing some chaos on your flank, which happened to, 2RAF last night, happened to our 1TR, happened to, well, I'm only quoting Emerald outfits because those are the main matches I focus on, obviously. I do agree that what happened with like Pigs and R18 was unacceptable, and that's why we need to have an actual ironclad rule set. But to say that the entire format is not worth saving or has no future or basis for the game, to me, is ridiculous, because it's and I don't say that to be disrespectful. It's a valid opinion, but it's not one that I agree with, because the whole basis of Planetside 2 is the 1v1v1. Our macro game is what defines this game as being different. Otherwise, we might as well just play Battlefield. It's a different game for that reason. So, yeah, I don't want to ramble. I disagree completely. I think the 1v1v1 is integral to Outfit Wars, and otherwise you're just going to have Battle Islands or Lane Smash, so why would you even have Outfit Wars in the first place? I can understand the idea of having two outfits going head-to-head, but again, just do Lane Smash. Like, that's all you're talking about. So, no, I think Outfit Wars as it is needs to stay the way it is, and arguing to the contrary is illogical to me. So that's my opinion, though. Full respect to everyone here.
Just to throw it out there, because I don't want to disrespect Lane Smash. I believe Lane Smash does have a place and is extremely fun to watch. The only feedback that I have on Lane Smash is it's not in the game. I wish Lane Smash was in the game. That's the only difference between having private communities, having to work through outside sources like Discord or a Google spreadsheet, having to download or look at so many different formats. If it was in the game and they had a Lane Smash system, a 1v1 format where 24 versus 24 players can fight each other, it would be exciting to watch, and everyone would have access to it with a single click. But going to Jaeger events right now is not the most ideal for everyone. Even I had a hard time finding the Jaeger Discord, and I get the opportunity to get that through my connections. And so now I'm going to basically try advertising Jaeger events Discord on my Discord so people can actually go over there, because they've been asking me personally, how do I join Jaeger events? And Jaeger is a private server that is where testing occurs on PTS as well. And there is a private community called Planetside Battles that actually does these 6v6s, these 24 versus 24 fights, and also just having fun playing publicly with each other in these formats where you can just do pickup games. And so that is very sacred. That is a place that these individuals have fun in this personal game mode that they have for themselves. And so we are now seeing a public game mode come out, and we're seeing a lot of opinions coming out from the Jaeger community from the public community, and everyone wants a game mode for themselves. And what I'm trying to get at is there is a place for 1v1v1, and there is a place for 1v1. As far as is the Daybreak or Rogue Planet Games interested in coming out publicly saying we're going to bring out more game modes too, I think that would solve a lot of this intensity that everyone's pointing fingers at Alpha Wars that it's not my favorite game mode. Please fix it so I can have fun too. Did anybody anybody else have that same exact thought process that I just had? Or you guys want to break down what I said? I'm going to go back to Thunderstorm or Schmitty or Thel to talk about Begon's statement, or Begon, you want to go next?
Yeah.
No, I think I talked enough. I'll pass to Smitty.
Thank you.
But I would like to reply at the end of all this, because
thank you. I appreciate that. We're going to
basically
finalize it. So try to be clear, concise, guys. Like less than 20 seconds each right now, and then we're going to go to the next topic. Go ahead.
Well, Jesus. Okay.
If you need more time, just say you need more time.
Okay.
No problem.
Yeah, I'll definitely need more time because I think we talked ourselves a little bit into a corner. Now, I think that it's important to recognize that the three-way format it has its flaws, and whether or not it's competitive or it should be replaced or whatnot isn't up to the question. And I think also that Hannibal's approach to it is a little bit, controversial in a way, because it's not illogical to critique it, right? It's like, and it isn't exactly made clear whether or not there should be a one-to-one representation of life or not, and whether or not that's a good thing is a whole different story. And the question would be that in its current iteration, will it keep people playing? And I have to say, I think that if the sign-up process doesn't get refined, but okay, well, that was talked out already, right? And I think that the ticket or point system, right, what has been already established, that seems like a reasonable change to make, to just allow for more, skill representation. And while I agree that it is very satisfying to do a tactical outplay on the macro level, this game is, it's played by actual people, and it's not only a chain of macro decisions, it's also many, many small micro decisions, and whether or not, those should have a way in is essentially the question we are asking right now. And I think that the answer should be yes. Now you can disagree with that because it might just be about the tactical convenience or whatever, but I think that having more ways to influence the scoreboard might just, it's just one more way to justify the winner, right? If you win Outfit Wars, if you want to make it about the winner is the best, then you should have as many ways by which you sort them as possible, right? Because then you win on many different areas, and thus you become the best outfit. Seems reasonable to me. Well, I think I'll pass it on to Thunderstorm. I think I said what I wanted to.
Thunderstorm.
Yes, sir. Well, I mostly agree with what Hannibal said there. I feel like the 1v1v1 is just a major point of Planetside, and yeah, of course, on the live we have the 1v1v1 all the time, but it's not in like an organized state there with the actual like just 48v48v48. It makes more sense to me to actually have the three-way than a two-way, because like I said, two-way is mostly just Jaeger. And yeah, Jaeger should be more advertised. I think Jaeger should get a lot more dev support and just be more thrown out there to people that really want to like have the 1v1 setup. And in general, I feel like the 1v1v1 system helps out with a lot of things. Mostly, you can have very enjoyable matches if there's no politics involved. which, yeah, sadly that doesn't happen too often, because often there's people that just hate each other or have issues with other outfits. But on our side, like we had 2 matches, our last 2 matches, we played a stack fit. We focused hard on the stack fit, and they got double teamed hard in the first match. And then the second match, we decided to just not go for that and focus pretty much fully on just having an enjoyable fight. And the match ended in we still won it, but it was rather close. We had 750, TR had 718, and DVS had 712. So if you really don't care about the politics aspect and you try to make it enjoyable, the 1v1v1 setup is very enjoyable to play in. And at the same time, stack fits and people that just try to group up in big players, household names that are insane at the game, they still get shut down more, because the politic aspect still puts it in a way that even in a 1v1v1, well, yeah, they're gonna get focused, but in my opinion, just creating an outfit or just with hardcore players that are insane at the game just for the purpose of winning outfit wars and then disbanding after again shouldn't win the outfit wars, because it's for the outfits that are there and that are there since a long time or intend to stay a long time, and not someone that just goes in there and says, yeah, we're just gonna go through and just destroy everybody and then get out and just disband again after. But yeah, that's just my point of view, so yes.
Well said. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let's go over to Thel. If Thel doesn't have anything to say, we'll go to Born Flunky, and then we'll get everything back to B-Gong once I finalize the statement.
No, go over to the next person.
Thank you so much, Thel. Born?
I won't need extra time. Daybreak has essentially already agreed that there's a place for both 3-team and 2-team format, and they did this when I know I'm touching on things that were talked about in the last discussion last week, but they've already done this by announcing Battle Islands, even if it is stuck in dev hell. There's definitely a place for both styles of format. I have my preference for the 3-team chaos, but for the micromanaging and the microplay, there's definitely content in the pipeline, hopefully, that will satisfy that need. It's already been announced. Daybreak wants it, but we'll just have to wait and see when it's introduced.
Well said. Thank you. Let's go to B-Gong, and we'll basically have him do his final.
So a lot of good points have been brought up, and I want to counter some of these good points that maybe seem as good points. I'm gonna continue to stand by working on. So as you said, there is the Jaeger server, yes, but the problem with the Jaeger server, one, is it is extremely difficult to get a personalized Jaeger account so that your name is recognized on Jaeger when you're playing. Usually, for all the competitive formats that are on there, you either have, PSB accounts or PIL accounts for when you're participating in these competitive events. You have to consistently play on Jaeger and then submit and be approved to go and actually have a personalized Jaeger account on Jaeger. And then when you're playing in these events, people know who you are. The thing is, this has all been done by the community with little help from the devs. And if me personally, the greatest Planetside experience I've ever had has been Server Smash, because, I'm at heart mostly an infantry player, but I do enjoy playing in vehicles, air, and I do enjoy force commanding once in a while. And Server Smash highlights all 3 of those points perfectly. You have your infantry outfits all going and working and doing something. You have your armor outfits doing something, air outfits, and then you have force commanders controlling it. That I don't see Planetside as a 1v1v1. I think that's just part of the game mechanics that came in to add something new. It's one of the trademarks of Planetside, yes, but I think what people come to enjoy from Planetside is having those 4 different aspects to either one, be decent at all 4, or specialize in one and have someone else pick up the slack for the other one. And I think Outfit Wars is about finding the best outfit. And to do that, it needs to be a 1v1, because when you have a 1v1, you can see who can go and, be the best at all 4 of those aspects to control the most territory and win and be seen as the best outfit. trying to remember some other points that were thrown out. Just I've seen a lot of the chat been going on about how, you know, it's supposed to be 1v1v1. It's the heart of Planetside. Double teaming is inevitable, and in outfit wars, people should play to win. But then everyone goes and complains about double teaming. It's it's very baffling to me because, you know, if I'm from Emerald, so I'm going to use this example. If you have B-Way playing against AOD and VCO, right? Who do you think AOD and VCO are going to go and fight against? B-Way. Because everyone knows that out of those three outfits, no offense to any of them, but B-Way is the best. They have the best players, they have the best teamwork, they have the best in almost every section of the game. And so to compensate for that in a 1v1v1, they are going to get double teamed. And at what point do you need to stop double teaming to go? Or do you stop double teaming? Because if you stop double teaming, then B-Way can come back and win. So at what point does it stop from being I'm playing to win and I need to double team this team to win, to it being griefing at that point? Now, obviously, the pigs example was a very glaring, example of it obviously being griefing. But when you implement, just like how the devs just brought out the unspoken code of conduct for outfit wars, you then introduce a very gray area, and outfits can be banned for what some people think might not even be a griefing. It was them playing to win. So there's just so many problems that come from a 1v1v1 outfit. I've come from another game that suffered from the problem of politics and fights. I don't know if anyone's played Black Desert Online. It's not that, brilliant of a game. It has its flaws, but I was a part of Man Up, and we were a part of a lot of drama because, I don't know if anyone knows the streamer. I'm not going to say his name, but he was very toxic, and he led Man Up, and it eventually led to, Man Up always getting constantly smashed in Kingdom Wars and BDO. And when we first started out, it was fun because we didn't get focused by everyone. But as soon as it came to the point, like, this is the best, this is the best in the server, or this is the best in the game, everyone focuses it when it's no longer a 1v1, and it kills that, it kills your motivation to play the game. That's why I stick by my point that anything beyond 1v1 competitively is a waste of time, because it doesn't actually show who's the best at the game. And I don't think that Outfit Wars should be a scaled down version of Planetside 2. It should be selecting who, is the best outfit. That's what it was advertised at first to be. Who's the best outfit on the server? And, no offense, like I said, if AOD comes out of being the best outfit on the server, I think everyone except for AOD would disagree on that. Because it's just maybe at that point they play politics better. Or if you don't have a limit on player caps, they zerged a base. They're known for zerging. That's what they're known for. So I know I rambled long enough, but I tried to hit as many points as I could just to show that if you want to make this game successful, making a 1v1 competitive format has so many benefits to it, not only for the community to enjoy it, but to also insert in new people into the game that wouldn't be able to do it before. And I'm going to touch on this later, but it involves getting larger streamers into the game if you have a 1v1 competitive format. That's hopefully we can touch on that later. Sorry for rambling, but
no problem. Can you summarize what you said to give everybody a chance to see the clear, concise format summary?
1v1v1 is a waste of dev time, and they should focus on making a 1v1 instead of trying to capture Planetside 2 live play on a smaller scale, because if you just want Planetside 2 live play, go play live.
Okay. And then last question over to you, not to disrespect you in any way. Have you played in Alpha Wars this season, last season, or the season before? And what was the outfit you played on?
I have played in the first Outfit Wars on Alt account and Winter Gaming, but I'm not. They're probably going to find out about that now. But other than that, I've left it because I've seen the problems with it, and I did not want to participate in Outfit Wars as long as it is in the same broken structure.
Got it. And so you played one time, and what was the reason why you didn't enjoy it?
Just because of, on live play, when you get double teamed, there's so many different places you can go to actually go in and have an enjoyable fight. But when you scale it down, as you saw in the Picks game, that team that's getting double teamed through the entire time is not having fun, and it destroys, it will push, if you keep this format like that, it'll push players away from the game rather than keeping them.
Got it. So my next question is over to Thel and Schmitty. Did you guys have fun even though you were double teamed, or did it prevent you wanting them from coming back?
It was, insert very bad words here. It was actually, no, I think we actually
Sorry.
had a very, very, no,
You're
it's
super
like,
creative.
it in a way, it's a little heartbreaking. I don't think anybody was mad or anything. We still had a good match, and it's always fun to come together with highly experienced players, and it's like, it's really something when you see like 7 or 10 people like completely demolish like 20 people or whatnot, it's like, there's a certain magic that goes with that. But I think that universally speaking, only for myself, but from what I've heard, leadership and also the people invested say is that that it's there's pretty much no real point. And in order, like, it has gotten me very cynical about outfit wars, because the question would, okay, I have to kind of roll up why that is. And that's because we played on TR, and most TR outfits won their playoff matches, so they had a lot of victory points, right? And Bling essentially was on par with the highest victory point, because we won all our playoffs. And that means that even if we make it second, we'll fall out of the bracket, right? And we were facing Reapers 2 times. I have a serious grudge against us. And we were extremely double teamed, which, I think it's fair. I don't think it's unreasonable not to double team us.
Thank you. I just want to make sure you state that. Why is it not unreasonable to double team you?
Look, it would be very reasonable to double team us, but the problem is that clearly the victory points allowed one of the teams to trade their victory for our loss, to kick us out of the tournament without them having any repercussions. Right?
No,
and
just to confirm, I just want to answer that question. We'll go to the next piece. Why is it worthwhile to double team you? Why should they?
It's because we are better than your average outfit.
Thank you.
But
I just want to make sure you confirm that. And the reason why I'm saying that is nobody knows T on other servers. They know T from Cobalt. And if T is sitting here with the best players, you know it on your server who your number 1 team is. Emerald knows it, Connery knows it, Cobalt, Miller, as well as Soltech knows it. I can name them all, but I'm not here to basically inflame these teams to be even more powerful.
Sure. Of course.
The point is,
all right, okay.
When you are getting the best team to show up against you, you don't even have to. It's an unspoken rule at that moment. As your outfit, looking at the other outfit and staring at some massive team up above north, you're like, yeah, let's just go and focus north for now, and let's see what the eastern team's going to do to us. And the same thing's going to happen to the eastern team. Let's go focus north for now, and let's watch and have a watchful eye on the western team. Oh, it looks like we're both pushing north. That's logically going to happen.
That's extremely logical, right? Of course. Like, nobody, look, it's also, I've been a very strong advocate, right, on this front, is that double teaming is a natural part of the 3-way format. Now, I don't think the 3-way format is all too good or well perfected. I agree with Big on most of the things he says. But if we take the 3-way format at its face value, right, then double teaming is a natural consequence. But the problem is that as of now, it is fine to trade, or fine, it's whatever, right? It's not clearly stated, and it clearly happens all the time that, trading off your first or second place in order to make somebody else go second place, for example, right? You can say, well, my bracket actually, the average victory point in my bracket is 5 victory points, and I have 8 victory points, so why not make the best team lose so they drop out of the competition, right? And of course, that's
I'm not gonna
look.
lie.
Even if it's purely calculated,
that happened on Soltech. That happened on Connery. That happened on every single server.
well, happened on Cobalt too. No,
Yeah,
like we are out.
So
right?
my question is, instead of going down the path of double teaming, what if they did not make it to where rank 1 had to always fight rank 1, and you guys all played one team randomly one time?
No, but look, Arshee, the main question, I don't know if that would fix it. I think the kill question might fix it. But the more important thing is that, so you asked me how the experience was. And the experience is atrocious. It's fun to play with your friends, but the problem is that, and I think there's a good chance that we might not participate if the system doesn't change. Or I say there's a good chance. It's like 90% likely that we won't take part in it next time. And that's sad to say. It's sad to see people that put a lot of time into planning and tactics, and there's a real effort by people, and we all take time out of our day, and it gets it gets essentially squandered by the politics side. And it's sure, that's part of the game. The question is just, well, then the logical consequence is, why should we play it, right? That's if we can't play the game, like if you play a game of chess, right, and you get yeeted out of that, then the question would be, well, why play the game?
You guys are honestly being very similar to Summer 1G, very similar to about a big name streamers showing up and getting stream sniped the entire game. This is exactly how they feel.
For sure.
Yeah.
I would, since we brought him up already, I would like to jump in on my point, just since we've already on that. And one of the reasons that I think people need to look at is there is a extremely large streamer, Summit1G, who enjoys this game. He's said it multiple times, but there is no way for him to get into the game. If you make a 1v1 competitive format, there is a route for Summit1G to play the game, and that brings an extreme amount of population to the game, and that is beneficial for everyone who plays the game, all veterans and all new players. It is extremely beneficial. And I want to go just quickly jump in on some chat that's been happening or stuff that's been happening in chat. I'm not saying that 1v1v1 is pointless. I am saying competitive 1v1v1 is pointless. I think there is a area for this type of game mode to exist, but it should not be labeled as competitive. It should be something that scales down and speculates, what Planetside 2 is. It should not be labeled as competitive, and there should not be rewards given out to who wins at the end, because it is not competitive. As a competitive event, it is pointless. I want people to be clear on that.
Can I confirm what you said? Because the word competitive, again, I did this Shimmy and Thmel a long time ago. Every single server has shown me that a casual fit is now getting more intense about their training. They're becoming more competitive in their field. The identification of esport ready, I would agree, is not true. The word competitive can be defined in this situation.
Yeah, but this is look, Arshee, these are two different definitions of competitive.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that if B-Gong can tell me he agrees with.
No, I'll answer the question. I'll answer the question. So when it comes to competitive and esports, they are the same thing in my mind. They are not different. If something is competitive in a game, that means it is esports ready.
Okay,
if it is competitive,
I just want to clarify it. I wanted to clarify that definition.
But I see what you're saying, that there's for some reason two definitions, because I've been seeing these usual casual outfits going and being more competitively. Even a section of AOD has broken off and became their own outfit to become more competitive. Winter Gaming is getting more involved in the competitive side, and I'm helping them train. I give them pointers, because that's mainly where I go is on the 6v6 12v12 side, but I have experience in every format that's been held on Jaeger. So it's in my mind, competitive, being competitive in something as a competitive format are two different things. You can be competitive, but if it's a competitive format, it is esports ready, and Outfit Wars is not competitive. It's not esports.
The only reason why I want you guys to understand why I'm clarifying this is I will get a lot of DMs saying my team of 100 people have put in so many hours since Outfit Wars, we're getting competitive. I'm like, no,
They're still
Jesus,
bad.
let's make sure we identify this game mode isn't esport ready, but people
what
are
did you
getting
just say?
competitive. That's
Hold
what I'm
on,
trying
what
to say.
What did Thel just say? Was it Thel?
Thel, you were saying?
The most people who call themselves tactical and like putting effort in are still not good. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, by the metric of okay, the original question was
Triggered right there.
would adding kills to the game improve the Alpha Wars experience, right? Like in terms of the scoring system, and the way that Odeon came up with, from what I remember, what Odeon told me and what he told Arshee as well when I was in the channel, the metric he came up with is that if you increase the total points required to win to 10,000, and you increase each base cap to 24 points a second or 24 points a minute or whatever it is, and then from there you implement the 1 point per kill flat, right? No matter what it is, Reaver, tank, max, as it comes down to the people. If you kill 2 people in a tank, that's 2 points. But if you kill a person, it's 1 point per person. If you do it that way, then if a team's getting double teamed, for example, let's take T or 3-way from Emerald or Recursion from Connery, right? If these guys who are really, really good at clicking heads are getting double teamed, and they are farming the people double teaming them, even if they can't leave their naturals or even properly keep their naturals secured. If they are clicking 2 dozen or 3 dozen more heads than the other teams are, and they have those 2 bases or even 1 base, their points are still going to be skyrocketing. And on top of that, if you have these low skilled teams, like Bigong used the example of AODR and Vico, right? If you, I wouldn't necessarily agree that Vico is a good example there, but let's go with that for whatever reason. So Vico and AOD against 3-way, right? Which is B-way, Praetorians, and L-way in one outfit. 3 very strong members of the VS faction on Emerald. If AOD and another outfit were against 3-way and they were quote unquote warp gating them or natural gating them in an Alpha Wars format, the amount of kills that 3-way would get in that situation from the pure level of head clickery goodness they have is ludicrous. The points at that point would be balanced out to this degree if you had the right mathematics in terms of the base cap timers and how much points each base awards. Now, where this doesn't work is if the match is 1 ghost fit and then 2 outfits against each other, like we saw in the first game with Help and 3-way. No, sorry, that was Help, GSLD and 3-way. Help, probably arguably the best team on TR for this Alpha Wars and Emerald. 3-way, definitely the best team on VS for this Alpha Wars. GSLD, arguably tied for the best team with KN1 on NC in terms of just general capability. Help and 3-way tunnel visioned each other the entire match, and GSLD kind of stepped in and sneakily stole a couple bases and took the win by effectively letting them fight. That is peak Planetside to me. To me, that is a perfect example of what Alpha Wars should be. Those 2 teams weren't fighting each other just because of politics, they were fighting each other because they were the strongest competition. In a 1v1 format, the upset that GSLD pulls off in that first week of matches never happens. The level of ripple effect and bewilderment and glee across the server never happens. And I've got friends in Help, and not as many, but I've got a small amount of friends in 3-way, and I know some people in GSLD. And I know that Help and 3-way are very unhappy with having to fight each other 3 weeks in a row, and I agree it's silly. It's you can't put your top line teams into a 3-week 1v1 essentially 3 matches in a row. It's ridiculous. But that comes down to the way that they sort the brackets. At the end of the day, the discussion is about whether or not kills would affect and fix some of the issues we see with double teaming and with people being eliminated from Outfit Wars due to it. Do I believe it's a perfect fix? No, I don't think there is a perfect fix. And the 1v1v1 format, for as much as I vehemently disagree with Bigong and Thel and Schmitty's stances on this, I do agree that the 1v1v1 format is imperfect, and there are a lot of flaws with it. But I think that the kill counter, if executed correctly, could be an effective deterrence against double teaming, if only to even out the score margin by feeding kills to superior outfits. If it was an inferior outfit getting double teamed, it wouldn't work.
No.
If it's a superior outfit,
Destroy.
then maybe it would.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's the actual topic we're talking about. The rest of it is kind of just like a tangent we went on. But the kills thing, I think it could improve the game if executed correctly. And I believe Odeon has a mathematical formula that shows it can be executed correctly. That's kind of my stance on it. Just drawing it back to the actual topic.
Thank you. All right. I think we've gone pretty thorough about this.
One sentence. You can't headshot people in tanks. Sorry, Recursion, you're screwed.
I got headshotted. I got headshotted in the light assault. That's not true.
True. I mean, that's a
They
bit of a
headshotted me.
reductive statement, but sure.
So not fair.
I would like to say something towards Hannibal, because it strikes me as a little bit odd. You seem to judge the quality of an outfit or its merits on a unilateral axis. So they deserve the win by essentially making right macro decisions. While I agree that's part of Planetside and the game, I also don't think it's the only axis upon which the quality or the victory should be presented. And I actually agree that if executed correctly, the skill count might fix a lot of the problems of the format. And it strikes me just as odd because the line of argument essentially is presented as though the team winning the outfit wars should be the best team, when that's not the case. We had, for example, right, I don't want to name names, but, I just make up random outfits here, okay? We have the red outfit, and the red outfit essentially beats both of the other outfits in kills by a factor of 2. So the other outfits have 900 kills, 700 kills. The other outfit has 1,800 or 1,900. Now the question would be, and they still lost, right? And then the question would be justifiably, well, who put out the better fight? Is it the outfit that's better? Or is it the outfit that deserved win? Or what is it? No, what is it? And I think in order to answer this question, there need to be more metrics to measure by which an outfit wins. And thus, the kill counter is a logical conclusion to end up with.
I just want to respond to that real quick, and it's going to be very, very brief. Very brief. I actually agree with what Smitty said, for the record. I think that the skill of the player should factor into the game, and that's why I think the kill counter can be a really good resolution for that. That being said, I know that you acknowledged, Smitty, about the macro play, and I do understand your point about the unilateral access in terms of the way that we weight the worthiness of an outfit in winning. My kind of point to that is, Outfit Wars is unique because it incorporates every single element of the game. So, yes, I agree that the ability to click heads and the skill inherent to doing that should be factored in, but at the same time, for example, I know in my outfit there are some guys who play air and armor. Phenomenal pilots and drivers, like absolutely ridiculous with their vehicles. They get clapped by your most basic Zergling in a 1v1 on the ground, right? So when you put them in the sky, this is actually true. Like when you put them in the sky or in a tank, they'll probably be able to clap most other people in those vehicles. When it comes to infantry play, they'll get clapped themselves almost every time because they just don't.
That's
play
not
infantry.
the case for members in T, at least. I can't agree with
I'm not
that.
speaking
Our
of-
basic, okay, yeah, true. But like, if you make an argument like that, then construct it like the strongest one you can make up, and that's as a matter of fact, our vehicle players are probably better than your average infantry player, right? So better make the argument as strong as possible because you're about to attack it, no? So
No, the only problem is that we're having two different servers talk to each other. They don't know the capacity of each and every outfit and the amount of confidence you guys both have towards your arguments. Don't worry about that. I know you guys are both talking from your server perspectives. Now, the only thing I want to basically add right here, just to clarify to the chat and the community that are listening in, I'm going to summarize my points of view. You can add or subtract as Schmitty and Thel. T was a group of people that got created before Outfit Wars Season 1. They wanted to compete. They were in a bunch of small outfits. Not really many people were interested in actually building a 48-man team over time. I think Doc P basically selected people from all 3 factions, and they created this thing called Toxic Zerg servers. And then
It wasn't
from that,
selected, like people could just
No,
join.
it wasn't selected.
people can just
Yeah.
join.
It
But
was-
I can't
no,
just
what-
join. I have to have a specific level. I basically applied for T and I lost, remember?
Yeah, but no. It wasn't about that. It was about your attitude and like you as a person, not as in how good are you. And also T was created, yes, for Outfit Wars, but it was just like, hey, if you want to play, you can play. And of course, we already had contacts in other outfits, and that's where the people came in from. But it's not like, oh, we who has a 4KD? Okay, you play for us. Okay, you leave your outfit. Blah blah blah.
But
No,
just
it's not about
summarizing it, traditionally, the people that were signing up are people that you guys have gotten shot by majority of the time. The culture of that entire community is based off of people that have competed against them. So like you're vouching for this person saying, yeah, this guy's really good. He beat me on X, Y, and Z. You guys just
No, it's just I
invited
like
anybody.
the person you make it in.
It's hard to explain the way you guys say it. It means like anybody as a new player can come join. That's not true. They won't be invited to T's actual 48-man team. I want to make sure I make this clear. You guys have played at the top, and you guys have gotten shot by the top. You made a team of 48 of good players that were basically saying, hey, anybody's interested in coming in, but of course you got to get vouched in. You have this whole 48-man group that was unorganized that are really good players that have became organized to win this event on season 1 and season 2. Now season 3,
way
you've been
it
together
works-
since. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's
then
correct,
now you
but
guys are
the way it
friends,
was-
and you don't basically are stack fitting. You're not in other outfits. You guys are a bunch of friends now since Outfit Wars was created, and T isn't a stack fit anymore. They're just a bunch of group of friends that are still hanging out till this day. Is that correct?
Well, that depends on your definition of stack fit. A lot of people who play Outfit Wars go return to their like kind of home outfits at the end, but T is kind of like an overarching structure, I guess. And I also want to interject at the people, like at the way these people are selected. It's like there is like an if you look at T as like a tree, okay, and on it are the fruits, and those are the good outfits and all the other people, and they're conjoined in this overarching structure, right? And then the leader, Doc P, and like the other leaders of the other outfits come together, and when Outfit Wars happens, they essentially make a spreadsheet and they say, hey, you want to join? Like, just hit us up what you can play. And we barely made 48 players, so nobody was chosen. It was just who was first, like whoever just fits and wants to play. And then they get the role they subscribe for, and people, there's a tactic being made and who does what and how things go and whatnot. No. And it's like, that's all it is, and T is essentially... It's like a semi-alliance before alliances exist, right?
So
and it's a lasting community in a way, for sure.
okay, that's all I want to confirm. It's not the same as the individuals that wish to be a part of Alpha Wars, but they can't be in it. This is what happened to 17BR. I'm just going to clarify for them because they sent me a personal DM saying that we only can house about 12 people, Archie, because we only have 12 Brazilian speakers, but we invite anybody who wants to speak English. Their outfit was completely open from the first Outfit War that they showed up. The second Outfit War, they got 36 people who joined their outfit from other servers just to play in Outfit Wars. And they made different names, names that basically targeted three-way. And you can see Just Helping and three-way did not appreciate what 17BR did. And they made a public statement about them in the Planetside Battles space. They are an outfit that are in Outfit Wars. They had their outfits open to the public. Anybody can join. They were super excited. They had so much fun for seeing 17BR taking a base over by the best players. They couldn't believe that these members joined, and they thought they had real life members that are going to be a part of 17BR forever. But it turned out these are professional players that came in just to stomp 3-way and Just Helping as a troll design. And so overall they get flack because they had an open outfit to accept anybody to come join them in Outfit Wars because they wanted to play. And so obviously Rel has made a statement. You have to have 48 people to sign up, checkbox, and then you can sign up for Outfit Wars. So that means 17BR will have a hard time to be a part of Outfit Wars next season. But you guys see my point here. There's a lot of open-ended sources or designs in this Alpha War design. 17BR is not the one at fault. They really wanted to play, but you saw how that turned out. So we can't
I just want to
go on a lot of tangents.
finish
but yeah.
what I was saying because I was interrupted.
Please.
Oh yeah, my bad. Sorry.
No, you're good, man. I figured you were getting passionate, so I thought I'd just let you go. The point I was kind of making about vehicle play versus infantry play and stuff, and fair enough to say that there are some outfits where everyone can do everything, and that's totally fair. But there are many outfits where people can't, or people computer limitations, skill limitations, simply a lack of desire, right? And my point that I was making about outfit wars is that unlike lane smash has it to a degree with tank and vehicle and aircraft gameplay. That's true. But the cool thing about outfit wars is that in the compressed format of the 1v1v1 in Desolation with combined arms gameplay and construction especially, you get to see people with variable interest when it comes to Planetside shining in the area of their strength or their interest. For example, PSB casters, Arshee, I think Sirius as well. All of you were talking about, the fact that 2RAF basically turned Desolation to SimCity, right? Like we had those gigantic bases all over Desolation, and I know IV6 Bolters was like talking about it. Jeb was I know you were talking about it. And those guys who did that, they just do construction pretty much. Like they can play infantry, sure, they can play vehicles, but they primarily focus just on building in the game. And the fact that they got to show that stuff and have it recognized and have people say, oh my god, like, look at how good this is. Where else are you going to get that format? Where else are you going to have that element of the game properly exemplified? And if you look at the way the vehicle play came in as well, with armor divisions and stuff in GSLD and SKL and 2RAF in KN1, even B-Way three-way to a degree in their era. The armor players got a chance to shine because they were annihilating bases, they were having massive fights in the mid bases, they were responsible for destroying spawns, setting up spawns with ammo and repair sundies, controlling the flow of movement across the map with rangers and walkers and mobile anti-air batteries in the form of colossi. And then you had the infantry play as well. Outfit Wars is unique because yes, it's a scaled down version of Planetside, but it's also a version of Planetside that allows people to shine in their area of expertise without pressure to do anything else. Our armor guys don't need to worry about shooting people. Our air guys don't need to worry about shooting people. They need to worry about taking control of the air and taking control of the ground in terms of vehicle combat. The infantry worries about the base caps. And all the other guys do is flood points now and then. Now, I'm not saying that's every outfit, as I'm sure T has incredible shooters who can do all avenues of the game, and that's fantastic. And I know 3-Way does as well. But 2RAF doesn't. And in Lane Smash, we'd be hindered because we wouldn't have that flexibility. In Service Smash, we could do it, but again, we wouldn't be as capable of showing our stuff on the bigger screen because we'd be kind of drowned out by the masses of other people. Outfit Wars has shown off the strength of our outfit. And in that regard, I think the format has succeeded. Because our outfit and other outfits like GSLD, like SKL, like GOTR, 3-Way, Help, 1TR, out, etc., so on and so forth, and across your servers as well, Cobalt, Miller, Soltec, etc., these outfits have shown off what the outfits themselves can do. And yes, ringers are a thing. I mean, not for us, but for other people. But it doesn't change the fact that it's the outfit tag showing off what the outfit can do. And in that regard, Outfit Wars is an unequivocal success. It is, because it's shown off the outfits. That's pretty much my point.
Yeah, I quickly want to say that Born Flunky hasn't been able to interject in any topic, although he wrote it. So let's go, brother. It's your time to shine.
Yeah, go ahead, Aegis. Sorry, man.
Love you guys. As far as this whole does the politics of the thing ruin the very concept of a 3-way fight? I disagree. And having fought one of the outfits that was the victim of what Daybreak has decided is the most egregious example of double teaming, Recursion, I feel like I'm confident that there's something that Daybreak's onto something. Because right now, Recursion is back at the top of their respective leaderboard. I apologize. We've gone so far off track. I'm getting a little mixed up here. But as you know what, I'm just going to read the text at the top of the screen. Do I think kills should be factored in? My initial knee-jerk reaction is no. I do think there's some merit to the discussion, but I think that's has a very high potential for abuse. That said, I haven't really looked at the math involved. Apologies, I got a little all over the place there.
No, thank you. I appreciate it. Let's go to the next
I've
question, if you guys don't mind. Is there anything else I want to basically add?
I want to do the actual statement on the topic that we're talking about. Final statement on
final statement, and then the problem is that every time we do a final statement, we got to go down a new path. Overall, let's do this. Let's do this final statement from the very top. Let's get everybody to basically tell me your final statements, yes or no, and then we'll basically leave it at that. We won't have to explain any further. Is that okay with you, Begong?
I mean, I didn't really get to explain my no for it really that much.
Sure, go ahead.
I just want to go quick. It'll be quick. It's no. I think if you look at any competitive format, there's a set point goal that you go after, and it's one of them. And then there are metrics that measure how good someone is at getting to it, but those metrics aren't counted into it. Like soccer, whoever gets the most goal, or football for any Europeans, it's whoever has the most goals. It's not who can has many kick flips or any of these special moves to get that goal. It's who has the most goals. When you add in so many metrics into competitive scoring, it complicates things so much. There's so much room for abuse that you get away from a esports ready scene to who can find and exploit point gaps that you can make from whether it be how if we put kills in there and we put revives in there, if we just have people going around and bansheeing people to death and bansheeing the medics, we get 7 kills for the 1 kill that they get for shooting us down with AA, and if they want to focus on shooting down our 12 players and banshees farming their infantry, they either have to pull 6 ESFs and a few sky guards and take players away from capturing bases. It adds so much to the system that it can be exploited extremely well by anyone who thinks about it for half a second. So adding kills won't benefit, or adding any more metrics won't benefit. It will actually harm the format, which shouldn't even be a 1v1v1 in the first place.
Thank you. Appreciate it. So let's go to Hannibal now. Hannibal, yes, no, the kills being added. And if you want to basically add a statement similar to Begong, you're more than welcome to.
Yes, within the scope of a system that does not make them overly abusable. And I know that that's a very big ask, but...
yes, you're interested in it. No, if it's basically too much work. How does that sound?
I wouldn't say too much work. I'd say yes, I'm interested as long as it's balanced properly.
Remember, guys, development time. A lot of people don't want to put too much development time into this and just adding another piece. They have to sit together between 30 of them and try to identify how to basically solve this piece. If you guys are going to solve on your own and basically give formats to them, that will help. But again, they're the one that makes the decision in the end. Thank you, Hannibal. Begong already made a statement. Thunderstorm.
Yes, same here. I think it could work out, but it has to be implemented right.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just pass it on.
Schmitty?
Hell yes, brother. For sure. If it is, look, I mean, I think to put it like yes, if it can't be abused, is a bit too broad of a statement. I'd say yes, but it has to be properly formulated. And I think, well, of course, Odeon cooked something up, but not in my kitchen, so I don't know what it is. But the gist of it, I would say, is to have excess kills. So, like above 1 KD factor, a certain amount into points, and make it in a way so that it can't be the sole focus. As somebody in chat brought it up, that the points accrue only in combative regions. Like, I have to make the kills inside the fight with my own faction, so I don't go around the map and killing people with my Banshee in a fight that's not even important.
Or somebody throwing an orbital strike on the last final moments on E point, where between this red and blue, and the orbital strike comes from Vanu.
Right, that's exactly
just
right.
To get 90 kills right there.
Yeah, so it has to be like the balance has to be found out. But I think on principle it's a good idea, right? For sure. Yeah. So
Yeah.
Thel, what do you say?
Why did you change your voice and you give it the thing? Somebody clip those moments when Shimmy gives it the thing.
Clip it, guys. Clip it.
Go ahead, though.
No, I think everything has been said. I think Schmidt's voice of reason and his extremely high IQ are a testament to his experience and to the value of what comes out of his mouth. Next one.
Thank you, Thel. I appreciate that. Board, is there anything you want to add, yes or no, to kills?
I'm against personally. I think this is at its core an objective-based game, and I think it should stay that way. I don't think it's necessary to add kills as a reassurance against double teaming. I think the very fact that the victims of the most egregious double team across all the servers is now standing at the top of their faction is proof enough of that. But there's definitely some discussion warranted here. We're in alpha, after all.
Alpha 3, guys. This is not the original Alpha Wars that they are just describing. They basically went from Alpha 1, 2, and 3, and every single iteration has been completely revamped. So they are listening, they're doing their best, and forget the rest. All right, let's go. We're going to go to basically topic 2. Again, we don't represent Rogue Planet Games. We are not, we don't work for Daybreak. We are here as a community working together to create some solutions so we can actually have people across all servers here give you an opportunity to learn more about this game and what they want. And of course, you can sign up as a speaker too. Monday, I have opened the signups. Thursday, I close the signups. And if you're willing to basically follow some simple rule sets that I have for you, you're more than welcome to be on the speaker board. I've already given out our personal one-on-one interviews to each and every one of these speakers, so they're doing a fantastic job. I haven't even done anything on my end. I can just seriously leave right now, and I know these individuals can do a great job. Let's go to topic 2. I think we've already gotten through all that conversation already. Topic 2 is practically what we already went through pretty in depth, but we'll go and summarize it. Topic 2 is competitive versus esport ready. What's your competitive is the devs thinking, is the devs intentions versus what are the thoughts of the players / leaders in this game mode? And so I think we went pretty in depth on that. Anybody else want to elaborate on this topic or move it to the next?
I mean,
I have 2 sentences.
Yeah.
I think we're obviously not quite there, but I think if they're going to want to make this into any sort of esport, they're definitely going to need some more formats. It was touched on last week with the discussion regarding different bracket formats and such, whether or not we want to make 2-team battles. I think if you're going to start looking into esports, you're going to need to diversify.
I agree.
Well, I think it's kind of a weird question. What are the competitive tiers? Like, do we have, I don't know, Minecraft at the bottom and chess at the top?
Whoa.
Like, where is what is the tier? I would say that if you judge it,
yeah, dude, Minecraft Skywars.
there's a competitive scene. Don't wanna, yeah, true. Yeah, I mean, like Minecraft creative building that is not rated, okay, and single player. But okay, no, but if you put it, well, okay, I think it's more competitive than live for sure, right? But it's not a competitive game mode, right? I think Bigon put it correctly, and the main aspect is that in order for it to be competitive like a sport match would be, like, you know, like soccer, for example, that was named a pretty good example, although not entirely fitting because soccer is a unidimensional game where, you know, it's about to hit a target, whereas Planetside, you know, arguably could be, you know, defined across multiple like layers of play, right? So that's also the reason why I don't think a unidimensional like scoring system is a necessarily the best idea. But
only because it's 1v1v1.
No, not entirely. I just don't think that even if you make it a 1v1, if you don't restrict certain elements of the game, I would say that it's not esports ready competitive, right? and that also includes the technical problems that the game has, like, hit detection and no proper uncloaking and all of these things, right? But the Jaeger community figured that out a long time ago. So yeah, I don't think it's competitive in that manner, for sure not. But it's still a lot of fun to play, and I think that's what we should take away from it. It gets the community in, and hopefully things in the system get changed, and it is reasonably fun to play while also being rewarding enough for people to stick around, right? That's why we have this talk.
Well said. Anybody else want to add before we go to the next topic?
Just
We'll go start from the top.
Sorry.
We'll go basically. I didn't think everybody wanted to speak on that. Let's go to Hannibal Forge at the top, and we'll go down to Begone, Thunder, and then Thel. Go ahead, Hannibal.
Thank you. I'll try and keep it brief. God knows we've talked about this in the last topic as well already.
I know. I think we did, but go ahead.
So is Planetside Alpha was esports ready or competitive? Definitely not esports ready. I think anyone who says it's esports ready is very, very, very strangely opinioned. Is it competitive? Yes. But the definition of competitive there is going to be the sticking point, because what defines competitive? If competitive in the Planetside 2 sense is defined as PIL and lane smash, is it competitive? No. But if we're using a Jaeger as the bar for definition of competitive, then that eliminates a lot of possible game modes. If we're looking at it from the perspective of, is it competitive in the sense that it micros in or zooms in on the core of Planetside and turns that into a format where people can compete for dominance in the format of Planetside itself on a smaller level, then yes, it's competitive.
But what is that though?
Well, I mean, that comes down to the whole 1v1v1 combined.
No, but what's the core of Planetside?
What? Yeah,
that's kind of what I'm trying to get at. Is it's, to me, that's a different answer for everyone though, right? Because like some people believe that construction is silly. Some people believe that air should be removed. That tanks have no place in Planetside. Like I've heard that.
Yeah, but that's just anecdotal points. No, those are just anecdotal points. They don't lead you to a solid conclusion. Or then I can just say, well, I don't like Outfit Wars and leave it at that, right? Like if you say that Outfit Wars is meant to represent the core of Planetside, which I think that's a reasonable thing to say, but I don't know where you arrive if you say that, like what the core is. I don't know if what. Yeah, I don't know if
that's what I'm trying to do that, boys.
Give him a second, guys. Let him finish his statement, and then as soon as he's done with the statement, he'll pass it on to Begone. Okay?
Yeah, it's fine. I just wanted to understand it better. Like it's not to go at him.
I'll basically modify at the very end, where I wanted to clear it and concisely let me know at the very end. Go ahead, Hannibal.
And look, Schminny's request for clarification is appreciated because it's a good point. The core of Planetside, to me, as I define it, and again, this is going to come down to the individuals, because you can't. Yes, Planetside 2 has an established idea of what the game is in terms of what it's advertised as, which is an MMO FPS. But the actual core of what Planetside is, that is an opinion argument. There is an empirical answer in terms of what the game is designed to be, but as to what the game is to different people in terms of how they play it and the experience they gain from it, that is by its very nature anecdotal and opinionated. For me personally, Planetside 2 is a combined arms, multi-faction, 1v1v1, macro-micro, large-scale strategic FPS game. That's what it is to me. And I believe that Outfit Wars does that in a smaller format. And to me, Outfit Wars, from my personal experience, exemplifies the core of what Planetside is, because it incorporates every level of gameplay in Planetside, removes the Zerglings and the random pubbies from inclusion, and basically breaks it down to 48 people in each faction doing their best to use every tool at their disposal within the confines of the game, barring bastions, to assert dominance over a microcontinent. To me, it's the ultimate form of expression for what Planetside is. Otherwise, I'd be playing Battlefield, right? And that's kind of how I look at it.
I want to quickly say something in a response, because you say that for you, Planetside is 1v1v1, but 90% of the fights are 1v1. So yes,
that's the micro.
Yeah, but that doesn't change what it is for him, though, Thel. So
that's true.
So if I can actually just summarize what's happening, every single match that I've seen from Soltech all the way over to Connery. We're just going to basically call an order based on what I watch. I can name all 5 servers, fine. But long story short, the amount of 1v1s that happen, you're seeing 24 versus 24 on one base. That's 1v1. You're seeing 24 versus 24 on another base that is against another faction. That's 1v1. But then a 3-way fight happens very rarely in the middle of a one single base, like Relic Ivory will happen. You'll see all 3 show up. I've only seen it 5 times, and the amount of matches I've seen total, where you'll have 23 versus like 30. Sorry, I didn't do the math up to 100 perfectly. But the point is, you'll see a 3-way fight in one circle. You'll see one team peace out saying it's a waste of our time, let's get the hell out. It's still, you don't see 3 people fighting in one base that long. It is a 3-way adventure, but you don't see 3 different factions beating the crap at each other on one base node as often as we all are talking about this 3-way design is happening. So, long story short, this is a very clear example of what happens on live. 3-way fights happen only because they want to farm on TI alloys, because that's the fastest way to get your XP up as a medic ball or as whatever you want to create it for yourself.
To put some perspective on this, the only way there's only one potential 3-way fight per continent, right? If you look at it logically, there's only one point where all 3 factions interlude, right? You cannot make another scenario where that's the case, right? So the 3-way fight, although it's on a macro level 3 factions, the 3-way fight itself only happens via proxy, right? Because one faction exerts pressure on one end, and that also influences population for the other faction, and they kind of interact through, like third parties almost with each other, right? But the clear 3-way confrontation only happens on one direct base. That is not necessarily the case with Desolation, like Archie pointed out, because there's 3 bases at the middle and not one.
I will,
So
if I may.
Let's give a chance to you guys, if you don't mind, write out your statements that you want to basically say. Let's go in order to give B-Gong next after Hannibal Forge. Hannibal Forge, you finish your statement. I'm going to go to B-Gong. Is that okay?
Yeah, so, basically, if you want to play a game that doesn't have the 1v1v1, don't play Planetside. I think Alpha Boy should have it because it's Planetside.
So, now, just to confirm this, you're okay with other game modes in the future. You love your 1v1v1 format, correct?
I mean, I think that 1v1 has a place in Planetside too. Look at Battle Islands, look at Lane Smash,
Perfect.
Look at, PIL. But
that's what I want to make sure. You're not trying to
Alpha
say
Boy
Planetside 2 should not be having other game modes. You enjoy your 1v1v1. Got it.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you. Let's go to B-Gong.
On the topic,
you're more than welcome to pass, and everybody has to speak though. Go ahead.
No, the game is nowhere near being competitive or esports ready. It's not there. It's the game at the core is not competitive or esports ready. This was marketed as competitive. I think that's why there's this huge discussion about it, because it's outfit wars. Who's the best outfit on each server? But oh, look at that. The best outfit just got double teamed out of the playoffs. What's happening? Oh, the shit fit's playing us. Sorry, I didn't mean to curse.
No
My bad. But it's like, oh, what's happening? This isn't competitive. So I understand trying to get the core of Planetside into a game mode, but that's not going to help the game grow. It's only going to make it shrink. Because I mean, it may not be the case for T. I don't know, but they already said they're not participating in the next Outfit Wars because there's no point. Because you just get double teamed if you're seen as a good team out of the thing. I think Recursion's a special case because they were the ones that got blatantly double teamed. So now everyone's extremely careful with Recursion, because if they do it, then they get the ban hammer. It's, that's what happens. That's Recursion has that, buffer on them now. So they're not going to get hardcore double teamed for being the best. Going into somewhat of what, Schmitty was saying and stuff like that, I think, I can't even put it into words.
Take your time. We'll come back to
there's
you.
no, Well, I'll move on from that. I'll just go in. Making a 1v1 format is the way to go, not only for growing the community, but also making the game more money to further improve the game, to keep players in it, because you can include large streamers into these 1v1 formats where they won't be double teamed. If you still have a 1v1v1 in a competitive format and Summit 1G comes with 47 people and an outfit, guess who's getting double teamed because the big streamer's playing? Oh, look at that. It's Summit 1G's outfit that's going to get pushed out. If it's 1v1, you have large streamers who can come back to the game. It adds population to the game, and that's like that's the end goal, right?
Cool.
That's what everyone's end goal should be for this game, is to increase population so the devs have more money to hire more devs, to have more dev time, to improve the game. And how I don't know if Outfit Wars is trying to be that marketing thing, to be like, hey, look, here's our competitive format on this. Maybe it could attract some people, and it can. It 100% can. There's already a streamer who confirmed he likes the game, but he can't play it because he gets stream sniped. He's played it multiple times. He played it when the construction update came out, and he played it just recently. And if they make it so that it's more accessible to those large streamers to play, everyone's going to see the brilliance, because 1v1 highlights the brilliance of Planetside, the core of Planetside, perfectly, except for the 1% of it being a 1v1v1 faction game. All right, infantry gameplay gets highlighted in 1v1s. Server Smash is the perfect example of this. Infantry gameplay gets highlighted, armor gameplay gets highlighted, air gameplay gets highlighted, force commanding gets highlighted. That's all your macro and micro play all in one, but it's still a 1v1 because you have multiple bases to fight at, and you have to control your forces and where they go in order to ensure taking that territory. I don't understand. It's almost the only move that the devs should make if they want to keep this game alive.
So be gone. You said a lot of strong statements, and this causes a lot of arguments because there is a group of people, a majority group of people that enjoy the 1v1v1 design. I'm going to once again clarify for you. Are you okay with seeing a 1v1v1 included with a 1v1 format to allow streamers to enjoy their 1v1 and the community to enjoy their 1v1v1?
I 100% agree, but I don't think that time should be spent on the 1v1v1 format right now. It should be spent on 1v1.
That's all I want to know, is that if they did have the time to spend on all different formats, you're okay with it? If time is not an issue.
Yeah, if time's not an issue, definitely I think there's a place for it, but it's just, I don't think it should be labeled as competitive in any sense or form ever, because no matter how you put it, no good outfit will ever win unless it's some random outfit that gets brand new, that gets made of a whole bunch of people that were in a good outfit, so they're not seen by their tag.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. It's same thing happened in Winter Gaming with the 2v1 design, because he's a big streamer. So let's go ahead and basically move over to Thunderstorm.
Well, then I'm gonna keep it short. Basically, I can agree with both what Hannibal said and Bigong said. I think that the game core itself is just a 1v1v1. But at the same time, if it wants to be esports ready, it has to focus on the 1v1 aspect. And yeah, that's pretty much it from me, because we're wasting so much time already.
Thank you. No, not wasting time. This is the whole part of the discussion. This is pretty much what we're basically going to do, is tackle every single person's opinion to the best of our ability to understand why are they having such strong statements. Why is there so much passion in these posts? And to break it down, it comes down to lack of time, lack of development, lack of communication, and just overall that an inability to feel like they're going to get other game modes is making people impatient. And so that's what I'm summarizing up, what I'm hearing. Everybody loves these game modes, but they want their personal game mode out first before you guys end up leaving and not putting any more time into their favorite game. And so the behavior of that is because we've seen it in the past. From what I've heard from people is that we still lack of development in Planetside 2 at one point in time in its history, and we felt like the game was going to die. Is that correct? You guys are all having that same thought?
Yeah.
Arshee, I have to jump in. You're saying it that the majority of the community likes 1v1v1. I don't think that's the case. I really don't. It doesn't happen on live play, and whenever a 1v1v1 happens on live play, it is the shittiest experience you can have on Planetside.
You mean Poopius, right?
Yeah, Poopius. My
Thank
God.
you. No worries.
Terrible. It is the
Well,
worst
but,
experience you can have on live play.
yeah.
And
I understand.
That's your opinion, though, bro.
But yeah, remember,
It-
again,
No, but it's
it's a
pretty-
fact. It's a fact.
Hold
You
on.
see it. That's
Be
why.
gone.
Why do
Be
you
gone.
think
Be
TI
gone.
Alloys was
Be gone.
removed?
Be gone. Time out. I don't want to basically have to serve with people, and then this is why we basically gotta have the waiting room basically available for all speakers, because passion does kick in. Everybody
Arshee
will
is
get a
very
chance to
passionate.
speak. I don't want to basically separate speakers right now, but again, the biggest thing I want to let you all know is that I've done so much time spending so many hours with the community, and I've spoken to leaders of outfits that all enjoy different types of gameplay, that there is a place for everything that we're describing here. By saying there's a fact, I need those factual data points sent to me, and I'll show it on stream next Sunday. So spend that time if you like to show me the fact that there is no place for a 1v1v1 by the Planetside 2 existing community. I would love to show that data. Again, that happened again with the recursion stat tracker. I asked for factual data. It did not basically arrive at my doorstep. That is not true.
I would like
Yeah,
to
I know.
say something about that.
Smitty, go ahead.
Okay, first off, I think
No, we're
Beyond
skipping
says
Thunderstorm. Let me just
a
make sure.
lot of really, really true things. Okay? And I also am firmly convinced that if Jaeger or these more competitive environments would be made more accessible by the developer, right? And like officially promoted, etc., whatnot, right? That would be a blessing to the community at large. I'm very convinced about that. And I agree with him. And I also think that most people, and now I don't have it's look, we can judge, as Begon said, by the map change on Inder, why a three-way fight is not fun. The community essentially, it's a micro, you know, just like Hannibal boils down Desolation to a micro version of of Planetside. You can boil down the TI situation as a microcosm of the three-way, and it's widely accepted that the TI alloy situation is one of the worst experiences people can have in the game. And that's why it was changed, and that's why people try to, want to get their in-there rework, etc. And I think it's also acknowledged by the developer by removing the bridge. That being said, right, if we have to work with what we have, that being the three-way, right, then I would propose the rule changes that have already been proposed last time, and also in here, I think at this point, the only thing we can do as a community is try to make this three-way format work somewhat until, finish it. Try to finish it for once and make it into an actually enjoyable thing, partially enjoyable, right? It doesn't need to be a fit for everyone, and hopefully it's enjoyable enough to keep players, so there's more things that can be worked on, right? That's the idea. So I think Begon is I don't want to say 100% right, but from what I hear is actually, I couldn't agree more with that, right? And it's it's also important that people don't define this game only through anecdotal evidence, because then you end up nowhere. If you try to appease everybody, you'll just end up creating white noise, and it's not going to land anywhere, right? You have the three-way format, okay, whatever, try to make it as executed as competently as possible. And at the moment, it's not executed as competently as it should have been for the third cycle. And that's also why people are considering not participating in the next cycle. And it's also why people actually have not participated in this cycle. There's many midfits that decided that we are actually not going to get enough players on because this is not the experience we want. Well, evidently it isn't, right? So how do you get more people to participate? You try to make a more competent product and see if people like it. And I guarantee you, if it is executed properly, the three-way format might even attract people that aren't that interested in it. And that's the main problem with it, is that it's not executed that well, and it's already making people cynical about it after the third execution, because a lot of feedback fell on deaf ears, and also the fact that the sign-up process was just, questionable at best after the third cycle, it's that gets people annoyed, right? And rightfully so. All right, well, that's my closing argument, I think.
No, can you clarify what you said overall? Everything you're basically trying to define, because you went pretty far as your summary is concerned. Can you clarify?
Well, I think
condense it.
Yeah. I think Bigon is right. I think three-way fights are generally accepted to be not as enjoyable, and that is mainly shown also from a dev response by removing the bridge on TI alloys. I do, however, think that this mode can be executed okay-ish, and by okay, I don't mean to find out who is the best, but to function as a promoting platform, and that is by essentially setting it up correctly. And that would include, rewarding individual skill, rewarding multiple skill brackets, like by making it essentially about by putting in, for example, points for kills, etc., that it's not just blatantly about the double team. If the rules are made in such a way that encourages fair competition between all three factions, this would be a more enjoyable experience, and I think it would actually attract people somewhat to the game, and hopefully maybe streamers or whatnot. But I think Bigon is right for the long term of the game. The three-way can't stay the only thing.
I have to go, but I just wanted to jump in real quick and just add my final 2 cents, if that's okay with you guys.
Please. And you're basically leaving. Go ahead, basically have your final statement. Go ahead.
I can't fault Schmitty or Thel or Bigong for the sentiment behind what they're saying in regards to the health of the game, the future of the game, or the the idea that people were getting frustrated with stuff like TI alloys and Mason's Defiance in the Crown, because it's true. I mean, it does happen. Like, people, you'd log in, you want to have like a nice fight, and instead you have to go and throw yourself at hell itself for 3 hours of TI alloys until someone finally caps it or the alert starts up and you can go somewhere else. Pardon me. I understand the sentiment there, but I maintain, and this was kind of brushed aside, but I feel like it's wrong to brush this aside. Planetside 2 is unique because of the three faction format, and because of how the macro affects the micro and vice versa. Small fights between two factions move the map, but the actions of all three factions will affect where those small fights exist, how they exist, and the impact they have on the overarching alert or the overarching map control. Saying that the 1v1v1 format isn't, conducive towards the future of the game, to me it needs to be better defined. Like, are you saying it's not conducive to, and this isn't it's a rhetorical question. Is it a question of it's not conducive because focusing on that as the overarching focus of Planetside is unhealthy? Or is it because the 1v1v1 in live lends itself to mass zerging from all factions that just ends in you being farmed all three angles? And in that case, I agree. Because one of the things that I've been complaining about to my outfit mates is that when I go on live as compared to Outfit Wars, I get sniped from that random Vanu infiltrator 6 hexes away sitting on a hilltop, or I get bolted by that random NC with a railjack running out of the tower that I didn't see because I was busy 1v1ing that heavy over there. Live can be frustrating that way. But Outfit Wars comparatively eliminates a lot of these things because you know where the enemy is coming from for the most part, and it becomes a lot more about squad v squad, or or fire team v fire team than it does about who has the most zerg and which zerg is the most competent. In that regard, I agree that the 1v1v1 format can be very frustrating. That being said, the whole point of Planetside is that you have that element of chaos. The moment you remove that element of chaos, or you try and rid the game of that chance for randomness in terms of how one faction's actions could affect the competition of two other factions, you remove the whole point of why people play this game. Because I agree that people don't like the TI alloys farms and stuff as a rule because it's very frustrating, but I'd almost be willing to bet money a substantial amount, in fact, that if you went to Reddit and you said, okay, guys, we're going to eliminate the idea of, any chance of different factions having a macro effect on the gameplay, people are going to riot. And if you think that the 1v1 is the only real format that people want because of a source of a source audience, which I'm making an assumption here, so I'm openly saying this is an assumption, it's not to be taken as empirical evidence, but my assumption is that you guys are basing this off of a community that primarily looks at things like Jaeger as the most enjoyable aspect of the game. I come from a community that doesn't give a flying duck about Jaeger. So as far as we're concerned, we care about Planetside as it currently is. Jaeger is a cool thing, but it's really not relevant to us. It's relevant to a small group of our players who love it, but for me personally, I couldn't care less. So I like
But
to go on
Hannibal,
live.
that's not correct. You can't tell what we like about the game or whatnot. That's important.
That's why I said it's an assumption.
Okay, yeah, my bad. I didn't catch that correctly then.
Yeah.
That's why we want to wait until everybody's finished, and then I'm going to ask for clarity because you guys go on big tangents and we go so many different directions. So Hannibal, continue, and then I'm just going to ask you for your condensed version.
Yeah, my main point is that Planetside 2 at its core, like I've heard a couple times people say the player base isn't like this, the player base isn't like that, etc. I understand that you may be drawing that from Reddit posts or whatever else, but as someone who's in one of the bigger outfits on this game right now, in terms of activity, in terms of everyday player activity, in terms of communication, people actually logging in and doing stuff in the game on the most active server in the game, nothing that you said properly reflects anything that I've heard from my outfit mates or from the other major large outfits that I interact with on a regular basis on my server. So you guys are speaking inside of your perspective on this stuff, but I don't think you're representing the community, and I don't think it's fair to say you are, because there's a lot of people in this community who have no idea what Jaeger is and don't care about it. There's a lot of people who play this game day in, day out that don't care about the 1v1, about Pill or Lane Smash or Server Smash, and they're good for the community and good for activity, and they're excellent for retention, but saying as a blanket or empirical statement that, well, the community doesn't like this or the community prefers this, frankly, it's dishonest. Not intentionally, not maliciously. I'm not saying you guys are lying. I'm saying that your portrayal of this is dishonest because you're speaking for a collective of people that you have no empirical way of knowing feel that way.
So,
but I just speak for myself.
Just to confirm one thing. I want to clarify his last statements for Hannibal, and then we'll get other people to speak in just a second. So overall, Hannibal, can we confirm this? There are individuals out there that have in your outfit and the outfits that you're connected to, because you guys run a very big organization on Miller, and I know all the different leaders. I'm giving you guys an example here.
It's Emerald.
Emerald, sorry. Emerald. And then Miller does the same thing as well. Miller has a big organization as well, where you guys actually know other outfit leaders from other factions, and you guys have expressed yourselves on who's actually taking part in the Jaeger events and who's taking part in Planetside Battles events. Long story short, there's a group of people over there that truly enjoy that format. And there's a group of people that haven't joined that format because it's either too difficult for them or it's just not easily accessible. And also we heard from Bgong that if you go into Planetside Battles, you're going to have a Planetside Battles name 0110. I have casted one time for Lane Smash. And all that said and done, I didn't know who the hell was anybody in that match, while I had a TR group of Planetside Battles with a bunch of numbers versus Planetside Battles was a bunch of numbers. I couldn't feel like I'm showcasing a single player to the best of my ability. And I'm just a hype man. I'm not basically going to be focusing on what Farah does. Farah is an incredible shoutcaster, probably the best for Planetside 2 as far as when it comes to explaining all the strategies that are required to win and why you lost. I'm here just to basically hype the game. And if I see an opportunity to hype it, I'm going to be there screaming my head off. But if there's nothing I can do to hype the player up, I feel bad. And that was the issue that Bgong said I also basically can agree with. And it's very difficult to get your own personal Planetside Battles account to have your own personal name attached to it. Because if you did all have access to Jaeger accounts, it would cause havoc for those events where the Planetside Battles community has to work super hard to remove them off the server because they don't have access to all the accounts to say this individual's name is right now ruining our event. We need to ban this person ever again from having access to a Jaeger account. And that sanctuary that they have built over there, I don't want to see it ever get affected in any way, shape, or form. They're doing a great job of organizing these events to the best of their abilities on their free time. They're not getting paid, I'm assuming. If they were getting paid, Planetside 2, RPG, and Daybreak would come out publicly with the tax forms that they were getting paid. So they're not getting paid to doing this for free. So they're doing a great job with the amount of free time that they've got. I would like to see more game modes on the main game so other people can enjoy those game modes with their main characters that they've created in their personal names. Let alone, we've already had this conversations going back and forth. So denying somebody else's entertainment is just going to brew toxicity. It's going to brew drama. And I'm not here trying to basically have a broad drama-filled environment. I'm here to give everybody a chance to hear their points of view. Again, we are not basically representing Rogue Planet Games or Daybreak. We're just here trying to hear other people's perspectives about the current Outfit War system 1v1v1. So far, we've gone through 2 different topic points, which should kills be included. And the second topic point is I would like to discuss if Outfit Wars is either a competitive or esport or whatnot. And so far, we know that it's not esport ready. It is highly competitive for those outfits who are traditionally casual. So if we want to look at a graph curve for those who took this game casually, have now spiked drastically into the competitive mindset, have started watching more YouTube videos from Commander Serious Kamikaze and many other YouTube videos that will help them grow, like Mukas. And they're just getting more information from outfit leaders that
Hopefully not
D-Waves,
crash like Mukas.
No, don't say that. That's
Hey
me.
guys, what's up,
He's
mate?
an amazing content creator. He's done so much for this game. But
No, Archie, don't say that, dude.
he's done such good work for Planetside, no joke. Without his content for those 8 years.
Look, Archie, I can't correct you live on stream because if I were to say what he did, then
Oh,
you know,
no.
I can't do it. I can't do it, okay?
He did
There's a
something
lot
wrong?
of things he did. Yeah, for sure, dude. Dude, he has like a 30-minute video where he describes, you know, a certain event where
we'll talk about it later.
passenger
That's
planes.
okay. It's okay.
You
We'll
would
talk
be
about it later.
banned live on
I
stream,
apologize
Shigaki.
for if I just know that Mukas did amazing work before this came out. Then I guess I will retract my statement on Mukas if something else came up. I had to do my work or my due diligence off stream. But overall, I do appreciate the content creators that put in the time and effort before I showed up. Those are the individuals like Faber1 has done a great job, Mofker Live, and many other content creators like you see that Afflict and Shocktor did their own podcast, as well as Deeg TV did his own podcast. There was just those individuals that have actually reached out to me. And so as Winter Gaming is concerned, you all know Winter Gaming. He's their #1 Twitch streamer for Planetside with the amount of viewership and the amount of due diligence he's put into Twitch and the hours that he's put in to create his own craft. I can probably say I missed up on all these other individuals like Morphologist if I want to go down even further and actually talk about Planetside battles with Farah and, of course, Halot and the rest of that community, and Reltor. I can't memorize everyone's names, but long story short, that's where I came in at 2020. And now we're here in 2021, just trying to have a breakdown. Hannibal, thank you so much for stopping by. We're going to take a minute. I'm about to piss myself live on stream because I had to go use the restroom. I'm going to go bring in 2 new guests. I'm going to take a little break real quick. Chat. You can continue chatting amongst yourselves. I'm going to bring the 2 new guests so that way these speakers can work with the new speakers that are coming in so they can inform them on what the format's
Archie.
about. Yes.
Born also had to go, so he wanted to give his final statement as well.
Be gone.
Born
I will have to go too, so I want to just
Born
quickly
Flunky
respond.
and Begong have to get going. No problem. Let's
got
go ahead and
scripts.
basically do a final statement for Born Flunky and then Begong right after that. And then we'll basically bring in 2 new speakers. Go ahead, Born Flunky.
I will try to be super quick and be kind to your bladder.
Thanks.
Ultimately, I think the penultimate version of Planetside is the 3-way format, and it's something I personally have the most fun with. This is anecdotal. My entire outfit, we usually run armor. We tend to look for the biggest fights on continents, and we throw our entire armor column in between the 2 opposing factions, even when we don't have a lattice. I'm aware that's fringe. I'm aware that's anecdotal, but there's definitely something to be said for it. The original alert system had a lot of events that had 3 factions fighting each other, regardless of who had what bases. So I think 1v1v1 definitely has a place and should be the pinnacle. That said, as much as I am in lockstep with Hannibal on that, I do agree with Bagong as far as the focus right now is to try and grow the game so we can better facilitate these events. And the best way to do that is to focus more on a 1v1 format, an official format that we can focus on and bring in big personalities and have these focused micro fights that people can more closely relate with, and then slowly be drawn in by the splendor of a three-way chaos-based fest. I still think there's room for the best outfits to win as well. Just looking at the second round of Outfit Wars, I can only speak for Connery. I think I'm the only Connery rep in here right now. Recursion won the second round of Wars, and they had the exact same reputation that they have right now. As they're incredibly classy. I've never had a bad experience with them socially, but they've historically been known as a dominant force, and they still manage to not only be on the top of the charts, but also win the previous competition. So I think the 1v1, I think the three-way format has room. Is ultimately what I'm saying. I think this should be what competitive Planetside, esports ready Planetside should be way in the future, but it should be alongside smaller events.
Thank you so much.
I rambled.
No. Thank you so much, Bjorn Flunky, for stopping by. And we're going to go ahead and basically, of course. Thank you so much. The chat is getting out of control, so I'm going to go ahead and mute it on the stream, because it seems like we have individuals that are memeing each other back and forth. If that doesn't make any sense, memeing means these individuals are making fun of the thing they enjoy. And I know these individuals enjoy the Jaeger events and they're talking smack on their own event. That doesn't make any sense to me. Maybe I'm a boomer.
It's more of a veteran player kind of thing.
I see. You guys talk smack on your own game. I just don't understand that. I'm like, what? Why would you do that?
We talk smack on our own game because we want it to be better. We talk smack about how good we are because we always say that we're bad. You know, it's
interesting.
It's something that we do.
I was just sitting
you can't
there
make a joke about it. It can't stand on its own.
I was like sitting there, like, I know Shmini enjoys Jaeger and he's talking smack on Jaeger. I'm like, I gotta stop reading chat right now. I'm getting confused. But we're gonna go and basically move over to Bgong and give Bgong his final statement before I kill everyone in this chat. Bgong, go ahead.
So I think my viewpoints are pretty hard set. It should be focused. Dev time should be focused on 1v1 because at the end of the day, I don't think it matters what the community thinks the competitive format should be. I don't really think it does. At the end of the day, there are investors involved in the game, and they want something that will make them the most money, and doing a 1v1 format is the way to make money because, like Born Flunky said, it brings large influencers into the game, such as Summit gives them an avenue in, and once they learn the game through a competitive 1v1 format, where they can avoid getting double teamed, they can move into live play once that settles down, and they will have a better time on live play. Going into what you said, kind of, Arshee, I think it's actually detrimental to fully implement Jaeger into the live server. One, because you're going to have to make a whole bunch of different maps to actually facilitate these events on, and you're going to have some way of restricting it. Jaeger already does that perfectly for those 6v6 events, those 12v12 events, lane smash, server smash. They do it well. I think on the live server, Outfit Wars should be the only competitive event there, and it should be to see who the best outfit is that holds 48 players can be. Or, as you know, people have shown an alliance system, have some, because I play with plenty of elite fits that only have 10 or less players that play constantly, and they can't participate in this because they don't want to leave their outfit. I mean, I can't participate in Outfit Wars because I don't want to leave my solo outfits because that's the type of player I am. And I'm not saying this because it's something that I would enjoy. I probably wouldn't even participate in Outfit Wars if it was a 1v1 because I still want to play solo. But what I'm saying is from my point of view, I'm not trying to make this game cater to me. I'm trying to make this game grow so that more people join, and it would just allow the game to be so much better. It would improve the game because it would give devs more money, more time, or more dev power because they have more money. It would grow the game. I think trying to waste your time to make a condensed version of live is going to just be detrimental to the game, because we already know of multiple outfits that aren't going to participate in the next cycle. And then by the end of it, you have 6 outfits in total on each server playing constantly every single outfit war cycle.
I appreciate that.
And-
no,
and as-
honestly, overall, the biggest thing's going to happen is you won't have outfits sign up for 1v1 cycle either. I think both should be included,
so
but it should be different terminologies to help you guys understand that there's different ways you can win. Like in the Olympics, you've got the short and you got the long. There's different ways you can have entertainment. There's people that do sprinting. There's people that do marathons. You can't just take it away from one person's competitive environment or the next. But that's my opinion. I'm going to go destroy myself right now and then grab a new drink. But Be Gong, if you want to be here for when I basically restart the stream, you can add the rest of your statement. I am good. I personally need to basically go
I'm not
back.
going to be able to. I gotta go.
Thank you so much. If you want to re-sign up for the next week's Sunday, you're more than welcome to be here. Everybody,
I think I'm going to have to. Thank you very much for having me.
thank you so much, guys. Let's basically tell Be Gong, saying everybody claps in chat over to Born Flunky, Be Gong, and Hannibal Forge, who did a fantastic job. Thank you. And then we're going to go to a beer back screen. I did take a break. Give me about 5 minutes to go grab new coffee, and we're going to bring 2 new speakers, and we're talking about the next subjects, topic 3 and 4, and their own personal statements on what they want to talk about. Thanks, guys, for your patience. Everybody in chat, you guys are awesome. You guys are literally trolling me. And I'm wondering, like, should I defend that statement? Should I go best on that? I'm like, I can't read chat. So you guys
Just
stop
troll
trolling the
Archie,
chat.
come on.
I'll see you guys. got my coffee. That's all I needed. Thank you guys so much for your patience. We have a couple new speakers here today that I want to introduce to you guys. We brought Twitch chat back in again, giving you a chance for Twitch chat to be a part of these conversations, so that way your text can show up on the left side, whatever. It's kind of flipped on my end. And I want to introduce you guys from the very beginning. This is a part 2 of these topics. We got topics 3 and 4 next, and of course the speakers have their own personal topic they would like to talk about. Again, if this is your first time keying in to an ArsheeTV broadcast, this is a talk down about a game called Planetside 2. Planetside 2 is about 9 years old. It's a first-person shooter, massive multiplayer online. On an epic scale, about 900 players play on the live server on one map, on one biome. There's 4 different biomes on there. This game never sleeps. So you can hop in today and play this game for free. But they just brought out a brand new game mode 9 years later, and everybody's very excited to talk about it. And it's called Outfit Wars. You'll take your outfit, your community, your guild, whatever you want to describe it as. But in Planetside 2, we call it outfits. 48 players of the best versus 48 will compete. 3 different factions, a blue, purple, and red. The Terran Republic representing the red, Vods Sovereignty representing the purple, and New Conglomerate representing the blue faction. And we are here with 5 different servers having these conversations. Servers from Asia, from Europe, from US East and West are basically here to discuss their opinion on what this game mode would make them more excited or more appreciative of what the developers are doing. And the development staff for Planetside 2 is Daybreak Games and Rogue Planet Games, and I'm not associated to any of them. And if I was, I would tell you guys I'm associated to them and tell you what I would be doing. But I'm currently not associated with Daybreak Games or Rogue Planet Games, and we're here just having a conversation, and we're not forcing the developers to implement any of our conversations, but we're working together to see if we can come up with a cohesion or an example of what we believe this game mode can be for all of us. So we are using coffee house jazz music because we had a vote earlier in the stream. We won't do another vote again, but let's go ahead and introduce very top Thunderstorm HRGC and who he is, what server he's on, as well as Odian, Arwi, Schmitty, and Thel, and then we'll continue. The topic is right above. We are going to change it to topic 3. Let me go ahead and close this topic debate number 2. On topic number 1 earlier, we talked about should kills be counted towards Outfit Wars and the reasons for it to help with towards double teaming. Topic number 2, we talked about competitive and esport examples. If this game is at that level, we'll bring up topic 3 in just a minute after we introduce the speakers. Where is Twitch chat? There's Twitch chat. Sorry about that, Twitch, you're back. Cloudy420, it's good to see you, buddy. The CEO of Pizza Hut. Manu is Potato. Are you? Lady Loses. Worst case scenario. Nate Takes. Good to see you, my dude. As well as Newbie78. And lots of individuals all across the board here getting really passionate about this game. Let's go ahead and basically get started.
Just don't stare
All right,
idiots.
Thunderstorm, how you doing?
Hello, good sir. Well
Doing
done.
good, doing good. I'd love for you to introduce yourself as a speaker here, and let's learn more about you as a speaker, how long you played Planetside for, server, outfit, all of that. And are you playing in Alpha Wars right now? Please.
Then again, hello, ladies and gentlemen. The name's Thunderstorm AT. I am from the Miller community, the Miller server. I am the leader of the NC outfit called HRGC, or Hurricane Resurgence. We are currently participating as well in the Outfit Wars, where we are 4-0. And, well, what else is there to talk about? I have 750 hours on PC inside of Planetside 2, but I used to play the game on PS4 for like 2.5 years, so I'll probably have like 3,000 hours or something. Why I would be a good fit for a speaker role? Well, I in general just try to be a representative for the community of Miller, as well as just in general for like my own opinion, and try to incorporate both my opinion as well as the general Miller community opinion into this debate. Yeah, that's
Thank
pretty
you so
much all
much.
about me.
I appreciate that, Thunderstorm. Let's go to Odian.
Hey, Arshee, thanks for having me.
Good to see you, buddy. Just more about
Odion.
yourself.
I'm from Emerald. I play for KN1, which is an NC outfit. I have about 6,000 hours played into this game. I think I'm a good person to have in this sort of thing because I'm the leader of an outfit that has been around for 15 years, that has been competing in Halo PC, Counter-Strike, and now Planetside 2. But I think most of all, I love this game and I want to see it successful. And I think that everyone else here wants to see it successful as well. I'd like to talk about the 1v1 format a little bit, and also some of the ideas about my the potential for mitigating bad double teams. And I know that you guys have already talked about some of those things, but if I could touch on them briefly, I'd appreciate it.
Yep, we'll basically touch on them at the very end, give everybody a chance to at least speak about their points. We'll come right back to it and we'll summarize it for you, at least to hear your perspective and the speakers to counter or add to.
Also, my apologies for being extremely late. I was exhausted after yesterday, and I slept for like 8 hours.
No problem. Thank you so much, man. Of course, I couldn't do my work on the morning. I had to pass out as well. I need my time as well. Thank you so much for stopping by. Let's go to PSET/Alps. Ari.
Hello. My name is Ari. I am a VS player mainly, actually. That's my main in PSET, Protectors of Enlightenment, on Cobalt. But I'm actually here in sort of the capacity to represent Alps, or Alliances Please, which is a newly formed outfit specifically for Outfit Wars. In sort of on Cobalt, where we have outfits from all factions that sort of banded together in order to be sort of in a position where we can participate in the match. How many hours I've played Planetside? More than I'd like to admit, I guess. It's closer to 9k at this point. But yeah, I mean, I really enjoy the game and really want it to thrive. So I think and that's something that is always sort of close to my heart in a sense.
Thank you so much for stopping by. Let's go to Schmitty.
Yeah, hello. I'm well, part of T, but I don't represent anyone but my humble self, and been on this podcast or show, whatever you want to call it, for the third time in a row now, and I represent guess the skilled end of the player base, trying to put some diverse opinions out there and try to, well, make sure that these, that different groups are equally represented in the market of free ideas, I guess.
Thank you. Let's go over to Thel.
Hello, I'm Thel. I also have way too many hours in this game. Played a lot of infantry. Played for 4 years. I'm from Cobalt. Play all factions, so no, Beetlejuice Crutcher here. Sort of. But yeah. Same thing as last time, so yeah.
Thank you.
Trying to bring some good points to the discussion, and with the experience I have, and I hope we can have a good result.
I appreciate that, as well as everybody in chat. These speakers did not come here to basically get ridiculed. It's their opinion, and we're just here to basically learn more about what their perspective is on the game, based on how many hours. Either it's basically 1 hour to thousands of hours, it doesn't matter. Every opinion does count. We just want to know from what perspective are you speaking from. And so we're going to go ahead and talk about the third topic here, and then we'll go to the fourth topic. The third topic should be a very quick one. If it's not, then I don't know how these breakdowns work at all. But again, let's go to topic 4, and then once all the topics are finished from my end, we'll go start from the very top to give every one of the speakers a chance to talk about their personal topics that they would like to rebrush back on, and then we'll end today's breakdown. Thank you all for basically stopping by. We're trying to be as professional as we can about this, but this is a video game in the end. So thank you guys, speakers wise and chat, for basically being positive and respectful as always. Let's go ahead and just do topic number 3. Topic number 3 is, should Cobalt and Miller on separate should servers Cobalt and Miller be on separate days for gold, silver, and bronze? Reasons why. This allows casters like myself and many other casters to focus on each server equally because of their time zones. Now, let me explain what this means. Friday, Saturday split right now is happening for all servers to split their games in half. to split them on the same day would be impossible because they have the same time zone. If we split them to Friday is Miller, Cobalt is Saturday, or we do it next week, that's up to the basically developers to make that decision. I'd like to hear the community's point of view on that, and would that be a logistical nightmare for the developers? Then don't do it. But the overall assumption, I would like to hear from the players if they even care about that. Because again, you are on different servers. And that means you have less casters representing your servers and less representation. That's why I split my time on Friday for one server and switch it to Cobalt for the next server to try to be as unbiased as I can to give as much love to each server as possible. But I can't be there for everyone. So let's go to Thunderstorm and his opinion.
Well then, just gonna go off topic for a second, just because we've gotten our new matches today. Well, do something about our match time. I'm not gonna be able to get 48 people on a Friday on 6 o'clock. Get me my 8 o'clock back, please. Thank you.
What
yeah.
What do you mean 8 o'clock? What's your time zone?
I am a CAT player, so Central European time. But we have today gotten our new matches, and it doesn't say like any time zones on the list of like the outfits playing. And when we used it, like, and we just transferred it into our time, it's currently on 18:00, which is 2 hours earlier than we usually have. And especially for my British and German and like mid-European players, it's going to be very hard to be able to just come home when they stop working around 5 to half 6 to be able to actually manage to get to the time for us to play the game. So we are expecting right now maybe to be able to come up with 2 squads instead of the usual 48, because the time that we got is really difficult for us to make. And a lot of
I think it's a daylight savings, like
daylight savings time happened in the US, and so that probably what caused you guys to have to force yourselves to be part of our daylight savings time schedule.
Yeah, like we don't understand why it changed, like why it just got 2 hours earlier now instead of just keeping it at 8. But
I don't know why it would be 2 hours earlier. I think 1 hour. Isn't that daylight savings time only goes by 1 hour?
We usually had our games around 8 to half 9, and now it's at 6, which is the issue we have. If it would be at 7, it wouldn't be that much of an issue for us, because then we could probably bring up the numbers. But at 6, it's going to be very difficult.
Can you send me the link so I can share that on the screen for everyone?
1 second, I just gotta get...
Hearing information is one thing, but actually seeing it is another. And then we'll basically hold on to that note. Overall, what are your topics? As you look for that, we'll come back to you. Thunderstorm's going to look for that information. Let's go to Odeon.
Copy image.
Oh.
I'm gonna post it inside the Discord group.
What can I talk about? I don't want to go out of topic.
It's a topic right above. Cobalt and Miller are in the same time zone. I know you're in a different server. I'd love to hear your opinion on that.
Oh, I don't really have an opinion on this. I'm sorry. I mean, whatever works best for the people that are in those servers. Honestly, I mean, I don't want to speak for them.
Thank you.
What works best for me is going to be completely different.
Yeah. The only reason why I asked you the question is in case if you are paying attention to other servers. That's all. And it just means that you're really focused on your server. Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I am very focused on Emerald. Yeah, I don't want to concern myself with other servers' times for things.
Okay. Thank you. Let's go over to PSET. Ari.
Regarding the times, or
we're just discussing that the gold rank match that you guys are on the same day and time for gold, silver, and bronze. Do you guys want to see different days on those, or you guys don't care?
I mean, as a sort of community member, I think it would be interesting to be able to sort of follow different matches at the same time. Or not at the same time, but sort of in sequence, sort of to give more attention, because I think we've had this issue in the first matches when all the matches were sort of in parallel, and especially I think streamers were struggling to jump in between them and give them sort of equal attention. So that would make things easier. On the other hand, I think it's a logistics problem, because like just adding, shifting it by 1 day or so would entail that you have more matches overall, or like spread out over a longer period, and that would sort of drag out the outfit war period over a longer time. And I don't know how that would sort of affect the other servers like Emerald and Connery. So,
thank you. Just to confirm, what just happened with Thunderstorm. Thunderstorm, the times were 11 o'clock and 11:30. So it did only change by 1 hour.
Well, that could be the case. We're not really sure. Like, the entirety of the Mela community is kind of confused right now if it's actually for us as well with like the daylight changes, or if there's going to be like if it's different for us. Like, in the end, we are just waiting on like a response of the dev team right now.
I'm saying, like, I just want to clarify for you. It is 1 hour difference. I'm not seeing a 2 hour design from what you just sent me. So it is annoying for you for sure. But I think the devs also know about it as well, and we'll just have to wait for a public statement from them. And that what you said was a good, clear example that should be said here in the stream. So thanks for bringing it up. But it's only 1 hour difference because we only have a 1 hour time zone difference. It was 11:30 for me every single morning. Now it says 10:30. And so I was waiting to see if that number or that screenshot said 9:30. I was like, why did it go 2 hour difference? But I do see what you mean. Thank you. And then Ari basically said he'd be interested to see their matches on Miller and Cobalt. But overall, this is a specific question that I want to bring up to hear the community's opinion, because I'm biased on this situation. I won't be able to watch Miller or Cobalt, so I will have to make a vote for you guys on my Discord. Who should I watch? And whoever that votes the most on my Discord based on Cobalt or Miller, you guys will do the same thing about my bald, where you guys were voting to keep my hair or basically shaving it bald. You guys will vote who I should watch. Should I watch the Miller matches or should I watch the Cobalt matches? And whoever that selects that green icon the most will be the server I focus on, because based on my community, on my personal Discord, is what I believe is the only fairest way I can do it. Last year, we did it because Favor 1 took over Miller, and then so I didn't see anyone do Cobalt, so I did Cobalt because I wanted everyone to get casted. This year, I'm going to leave it up to you guys to pick. And there's no wig. Thank you so much, Thrusterman. But yeah, Thunderstorm, you were saying?
I just wanted to ask if you would just want my opinion right now about the topic right now, or if you want to just keep it going down the line and I'll go last.
We wanted to basically go and get your opinion. Did you want to see it split or you don't care?
Well, I think they should probably either do the matches in like different times. So like it's like an hour difference between them. I think that shouldn't be too much of an issue. Or in general, just keep it to 1 day for Cobalt and 1 day for Miller in a way like that. That's like my opinion about it. And yeah, okay. I'm gonna just pass it.
Let me link a poll. Thank you so much for that, worst case. Let's say Cobalt. This is a poll for you guys to make a decision. Miller and Cobalt matches are on the same day. Miller and Cobalt matches. Separate them for gold, silver.
I think the suggestion with the sort of staggering in the time could be something to go by, because I mean, in a sense, it's also favors sort of slightly later times, especially if for example, casters from the US are participating, and makes that easier for them as well.
Thank you. Sent. You guys can go ahead and vote right above on the actual chat, guys. Go ahead and click on the link right above. It'll give you a chance to say, should we separate them, yes or no? You guys can go ahead and click on that marker, and we'll get a chance to basically see your opinion, Twitch chat, at the very, very top. We're going to bring Twitch chat back in the stream. If you guys can maintain talking about the subjects of what's happening here, we'll include your text chat. If you guys talk about other subjects, I'll just remove it again. Thank you, Ari and Thunderstorm and Odeon. Let's go to Schmitty and Phil. Schmitty?
Honestly, I think this is almost a non-question. Why wouldn't you put the schedules in so the matches happen at their respective prime times on the respective servers? Like 18 CT is a ridiculous time to put such an event, and we've already been through this, and they have already been changed. So why are we back to not having them in a reasonable time? No? What? Okay, well,
Are you talking about right now the switch, because the time zone change happened and automatically changes in the game? There's nothing they did on their part to do that on purpose. They're gonna have to manually go in there and change it. They didn't do it on purpose. The United States had a time zone change just yesterday.
Well,
Yeah.
they should purposefully change it then.
They will.
But
No,
they,
no,
they
I know they
announced
will.
wait. But they announced the times for the region specifically, no? So the time zone change in America has no effect on the Central European time, no? Just leave it as is, no?
Yeah,
I'm just saying,
exactly.
the current system has as set to PST. And so anything happens in the PST time
And they
zone.
need to make a system that works.
I know.
It's so obvious.
It's easy. It's
Yeah,
obvious.
well, there you have the statement.
Don't
Exactly.
go
That's
down.
it. Just
I wish you
make it
guys
work.
joined these teams to understand how difficult these little simple measures are. But I haven't been a part of them myself. But hopefully one day when I get there, I can clarify for you guys a bit better. But I'm not there right now.
If they, if they clarified it, then we would maybe understand. But they don't. So then you get the quote-unquote toxic vets, right?
Oh man,
Let's
look,
say
it's super
something
simple.
about it.
Somebody didn't look out for the consequences of the time change, and so now we are all set with pretty much an hour back, forth, whatnot, right? It's not like there's like, it's not a hard thing to do. You just change 2 numbers, and that's about it, right? But it's not that I don't think they had the technical know-how, or that they, that they're not cognitively competent enough to do that. I just think that it wasn't looked at correctly, and now we
100%.
have
Reltor did say
what it is.
Reltor said it specifically. That is exactly what I wanted to describe, and he did it more clear, concisely. You can see that they basically did not compensate for the actual different hours. This is where their company is positioned at. They are all just south of me by 30 minutes. Daybreak Studios, and they basically set it up for PST on all servers. Again, it was a mishap. You got to go through the coding and change it. They will do that probably towards the final of Alpha Wars. Right now, you just have to deal with that. Now, if they switch it in time for the Friday, Saturday matches, yes. But if they don't switch it in time...
They have a team of people, right?
Yes, but they're not all working on the thing that you're talking about. They all have their
It's
jobs.
also that it's also that, like, if, but then this is a non-question. Like I said, no, then it's a mistake, and what it is on is like competency, or somebody didn't look at it. It's like it really doesn't matter what it was caused by. No, then whether or not the time should be changed is not the question. The question would be like, maybe they should have gotten their timings right. Like, yeah, okay. Well,
but again,
but in general, I think it's just I think it's a learning. I wouldn't say that this was sort of maliciously done. It's probably just sort of an oversight that they sort of didn't consider that the daylight savings time in the US would affect like Europe, or that they wouldn't undergo one at the same time. So I think it shifts by an hour. I mean, if they can fix it, it would be great. Personally, I think it's actually more of an issue that the times are displayed in PST for all the servers, the match times. So those should definitely be changed to local times.
Well said. Thank you. All right, Smitty and Tel, your opinion other than time zones. Do you care about Miller and Cobalt being on the same day for gold, silver, and bronze ranked matches?
Same day is fine.
Right now,
same
every
time
weekend,
is not smart.
Same time for Miller and Cobalt is not smart?
No, why not? Let people watch each other, no? Why not let the Cobalt people watch the Miller match the other way around? Nowadays, like now you can't do that.
Yeah,
Just
that's
make it like
that was
half.
my question. Do you want to do like basically Friday for Cobalt and Saturday for Miller?
Why not? I mean, the day, yeah, sure, but they could also just be on the same day, and then, I don't know, Cobalt plays at 8 and Miller at 9. Those are still humane times on the weekend, I guess.
If that happens, those casters cannot switch because they're on the server. They have to log out and log back in to watch the gold.
Yeah, but the casters are not the concern. It's like the people that play it.
Sure.
Well, the casters are the concern, because if you don't have a caster streaming it, then the people of Cobalt can't watch the Miller match.
Okay, but you're really concerned about the caster, like about not having enough casters to stream 2 matches. No, we have like PSB battles on like 3 accounts, and like Arshee and Cyrus, and like those are the finals. No, just split the workload. No, it's not like Arshee needs to separate into 2 people to make this happen.
Of course, but it would be easier to just have Cobalt, like let's say Cobalt Friday at 8, and then Miller at Saturday at 8, and then afterwards you have Emerald, and then after that you have like in the...
Yeah, fair point. I really don't care enough to die on that.
That's all I was asking for. I didn't seem like you care. I was like, you don't seem to care.
Yeah, I don't need to die on that hill. Like, I just think they should be separated so people can actually, play play and watch each other.
Yeah.
Like
Again,
that
this
seems
was
like
this
a,
was a question I created because
Yeah,
I
I think
got
a
a lot of
simple
people DMing me
staggering
saying, Arshee, I want you to do Miller. Arshee, I want you to do Cobalt. I'm like, let's turn it into a question. Do you guys even care about this subject? And the speakers overall, what I'm receiving is we're going to go yes, no. Do you care about it? Say, I don't care. Smitty doesn't care. Thel says yes. He does care. Split it up. The total Twitch chat just says yes, split it up.
Yeah.
Ari says he'd be interested in watching the other servers. Ari, what server are you basically representing?
So personally, I'm basically a Cobalt main. I only play on, mostly play on Cobalt. But I know a lot of people have sort of alts on Miller, and might even be in different outfits or factions across the servers. So I think there is a general interest sort of in following the different matches, and in a sense, it might also sort of encourage some people maybe to open a char on Miller or Cobalt or vice versa. That I think just between the servers, it might be good for the culture. And in terms of sort of separating the days, I would say just a simple staggering by a few hours, so it's sort of to allow the matches to conclude would already be enough.
Thank you. Well said. And then I think we're done with this topic. Does anybody else want to add before we go to topic 4? This was supposed to be a quick one. Awesome. Let's go to topic 4. Topic 4. Have you seen any changes in the live server since alpha version 3 of Alpha Wars? And what that means, if I want to clarify it so I can understand from the speaker's point of view, when you guys didn't see Alpha Wars, the live play did X, Y, and Z, such as it was very casual, it was fun, you can just do a lot of shenanigans. But now on the live server for Alpha 3, while it's happening right now, how sweaty is it? Or is it still casual? Or is it still overall a fun experience for you? Let's hear from Thunderstorm. And what server do you play on again, if you don't mind basically clarifying for everyone?
Sure. Well, I am a player on the Miller server, which is an EU server, where I play on the NC. To be honest, I don't really feel like there has been changed a lot on the live gameplay. In general, I guess there's like a little bit more organized ops and stuff, because people try to get themselves ready for outfit wars, which we do the same. We have like our ops where we just focus on getting the communications, the redeployment, and everything done as quickly as possible to just be ready for outfit wars. But other than that, I don't think that like really much changed. It's in general still the same game that we used to play beforehand.
Well said, thank you. Odion?
Hey.
Your opinion on this subject, or you want to pass?
I haven't been playing much on the live server since Alpha Wars started, honestly. It did seem like it was a little bit different, but I haven't played on it quite enough to be able to tell you exactly how it's different. But I did feel a different atmosphere on the live server when I did hop on.
Awesome. Thank you. Ari, what server do you play on? And then you said Cobalt,
Well,
of course.
I would say, yeah, it's Cobalt. But I mean, in general, I would say that the overall gameplay hasn't sort of been affected strongly, but you do notice like when outfits are sort of practicing or doing special things, and I really enjoy those moments when you see, it's Bok, for example, like doing ops with several squads, and up against them, and you have really good fights, and I think that you definitely notice. And maybe also like from our end, since Alps is on NC, I think NC has been doing a lot better. In a sense, yeah.
Thank you. Schmitty,
I just thought of something. Can I say what I thought of?
Go ahead.
The one thing I did notice is when I do play on the live server, if I come across Goater or 2RAF, there's like friendly banter going back and forth in PMs or yell chat. And I actually kind of like that. It was kind of cool. Like I'd be going up against the 2RAF guys with my guys at Rhyme Analytics, and everyone's, just friendly banter back and forth. And I think it's actually healthy for the game, and it's good.
Cool. That's what I was looking for. I didn't want to basically put it in your mouths, but thanks for sharing that. That's something I've been looking for. What about you, Schmitty? Anything you see in the live, or you're not playing on live? And you're in hang.
Have you seen any changes to no? Have you seen any changes to live server? Now, if you're playing way too much Warframe recently, have you seen any changes to live server play since Alpha V3 of Outfit Wars? Hell no. Honestly, not really. Clan text change here and there, but it's like Yeah, I guess there's there's for sure organization going on. Like I know, for example, that Alps and like those kind of like alliance like structures form, but no, it really does affect live play too much. I don't know. At the level of play that I play the game, it really doesn't matter too much to me.
Yeah, Tel, what about you?
Yeah, the same basically. You see a lot like these outfit tags around, like Alps, 2TKA on TR, right? Like some alliances basically. I've seen maybe a slight increase in people that use ESS, yeah, but it's not that noticeable. But a slight change here and there, I think.
I mean, personally, I've been sort of seeing a lot of armor, also coordinated armor being played, especially by VS, actually by some of the EU guys playing harassers and mag riders and Sundays supporting. I mean, normally you don't really see these sort of these groups playing together, so it's definitely people sort of honing their skills.
Well said. That's all I was basically looking for. I actually will tell you my perspective. I played last night. Brought a streamer in to play the game with me, and I don't think we could enjoy a 2-man team, which is not Planetside. That's not Planetside. But we went as a 2-man team to go and enjoy a couple of base captures on our own, and we just got 48 people dunked on us at every point in time for VS and NC. I was playing on TR and Connery, and I was just like, wow. I don't know if you could even find small fights as a 2-man team. And so that is not what Planetide's designed for, but it was fun to see how organized people were on redeploy side. As soon as we touched the A point, you would just see a spike of players rushing out of the work. So it was fun. But overall, that was my current 2-day experience. I'm going to basically play more. So Sunday through Thursday, I'm going to playing either on stream or off stream to get more of an experience what's happening in the game. And I'll be basically joining you guys. If you guys want to go and sign up, Reltor is in the chat. Reltor, I do have your Jaeger events Discord channel, but if you'd like to basically advertise on this Discord that I have for ArsheeTV, Server Jaeger Private is the channel under Planetside 2 advertisement. If you want to help people learn through your own personal texts on how they can join them, so I can direct them onto the Server Jaeger Private channel that I've created for you guys. And you can actually direct them to your Discord, and also how to contact the right individuals to be excited to be a part of your community and your PIL, PSB, or Community Smash events. I personally tried searching for it, and I'm pretty bad at finding it. And so thankfully I had direct contacts to help me find it. And so I'm organizing in that space. And if you guys have other sources that you want to share, you're more than welcome to basically plug in that space for your own team. Thank you guys basically for those specific topics that I had. Now let's go over to Thunderstorm. Ooh, did I just lose the entire text somewhere? Yes, I did. I lost it again. Yes, so let's go over to Thunderstorm and his personal topic. Do you have a personal topic that you want to bring up for today's conversation?
Well, I pretty much don't think so. I'm not gonna start to talk about the Hydra situation because I think Schmidty has a better perspective on that than I do.
Okay.
And yeah, that pretty much. I think I'm pretty done actually.
No problem. If you ever want to basically chime in after somebody's topic, you're more than welcome to. Thank you.
Got you. Thank you.
Odeon, do you have a
Hello.
subject you want to talk about?
Oh boy, yes I do. I have a subject I want to talk.
Please, go on.
So there's two things I wanted to touch upon, and I don't know if you want me to do one now and then maybe one later, but the two things I wanted to talk about was the 1v1v1 format and my thoughts on it, and then also my math idea with the points and the kills. Should I talk about both or just one?
Let's go do one, and then we'll give a chance to have somebody else's topic, like Ari's topic, to come up next, and then we'll come back to yours if we have time. How does that sound? Pick one out of the two.
I could pick one. I'd like to talk about the points and kills idea real fast. I will be as brief and concise as I can. It's a little bit complicated because there's a lot of math involved, but basically what I'm being told is that in the alpha stage of Outfit
I'm
Wars,
just kidding. I'm sorry. Sorry. Go ahead.
in the
Go ahead.
alpha stage of Outfit Wars on the public test server, apparently they did have a kills equals points type system. But from what I've heard, they just implemented it poorly. They didn't quite do the proper math so that the matches would be long enough, and the matches were like 7 or 8 minutes long because the kills would just make the score rack up too fast. And so if you orient the points in such a way that the point that a platoon is roughly worth a base, and you increase the total score to win to around 10,000, your match times with like a dominant team that's getting a decently high KPM would be around 40 minutes, 41 minutes to be exact. And if it's a stalemate type of game with, just very average players who are getting maybe like 0.5 to 0.7 KPM, something like that, the matches would be a little over 70 minutes if it's an absolute stalemate and all the teams are holding roughly 3 bases the entire time. And so we're talking matches as fast as 35 minutes if there's like some amazing fragging team, and 70 minutes if it's a stalemate, and then somewhere in between that would be what the average match time would be.
Okay. And so my question is to you. What if there's a team between 3 different outfits? I'm just playing with this idea.
Yes.
Okay. 3 different outfits that are not good at killing each other, that are amazing at dodging bullets and never shoot each other. Sometimes they die, they don't redeploy and come back. They just go to the next base and they play hide and go seek. How long is that match going to go till? Will they ever reach 10,000 points with just base captures and low kill count?
Just base captures, the match would take exactly 70 minutes, because with 3 bases each, let's say each faction has 3 bases each, that's 48 points per minute for 70 minutes would be 10,080 points.
Overall, just a summary of it, because my brain's going to explode. And I can do this, but we can work on it later.
Yeah.
You're saying there's a system out there that can be implemented with kills and points taken on a base, just increase the point count or whatever, change the rule sets to allow points and kills to be included together, and you're very excited to see that work out, and you've done your due diligence on your end, right?
Yeah, the math doesn't lie, Arshee.
Okay, I know.
And I think that the way that I set it up, where each base is 48 points, is very easy in people's minds to visualize, because 48 is the amount of players that you have in the game. So instead of seeing it as, oh, I need to get kills to win, it's like, no, you don't. It's just something that can help you a little bit. If your team is getting 1 kill per minute each, you're basically getting the enough points that one base would generate. So people still wouldn't be prioritizing kills, because at the end of the day, if your guys are just grinding out the kills, they're still not going to outproduce a base. But if you're getting double teamed, it would help you a little bit, because you'll have twice the amount of heads to shoot at, and the people that are double teaming you will have half the amount of heads to shoot at. So it would just be a little bit of a way for a team that's getting double teamed to maintain a slight edge. That's it.
Thank you for that idea. I don't know how to go based on that information, where you've got different game modes out there, like team deathmatch, objectives, King of the Hill. There's so many. I haven't seen a system where kills and objective-based combat were linked together. We're already creating a system with 1v1v1, and then that's already hectic as it is. But adding kills to the factor, which we heard from earlier, the gentleman from Winter Gaming.
Arshee?
Yes.
I can tell you a format where, capturing the point as well as kills are actually worked in together, and that's Pill, right? That's already a thing, right?
That's
and
why
it's
you guys are very passionate. Would you like to explain the Pill format to these individuals so we can learn more about that format that works?
It's a 6v6 format. It's the Planetside Infantry League. No, you have a form, like you have 6 people that face off in a base, and there's of course the capture point, and the capture point rewards you a certain amount of points for the capture, not for holding it, because the matches are too quick for that. But it creates an interesting dynamic, and it's for certainly not something you want to ignore. But the idea would be, of course, and a lot of people say this in chat, that these kills are only meant to support the team's victory conditions and not to act as the sole victory conditions. And there need to be clear specificities on how that works in the numbers, and also on what the conditions are for the points, right? I think, for example, if you award a lot of points for a kill, then there should only essentially be awarded for every excess kill you make, right? Because that's the way it works in Pill, for example. If somebody is 14-14, his net score is 0, because he has, even though he has killed 40 people, he also died 14 times. And so, that can give people an incentive to actually, fight. Like that would be a way to represent a team that's better individually, but just has a tactical misfortune of not being liked. Right?
I think I need to interject also, like in general, to the whole sort of kills being rewarded. I understand where you come from, but it will just convolute everything. And like I think in general, it's very problematic to have any sort of like mechanic in this sense, because like it's open to abuse in many ways, and also like the scoring is also very difficult. Like, would you sort of like, for example, like give equal points for Banshee kill compared to like a snipe, or tanks and vehicles? And my opinion in general would be like all these things indirectly contribute to sort of securing a base, like a relic. Like if you're good there as a team and you're like dominating the enemy there, you hold it.
No, but I can tell you that's not the case.
Yes, we'll come to that. Like the problem is, I think in general, like within this 1v1v1 space, that the incentive of sort of going after the leading team isn't always there, and that is partially because like second place still is rewarding enough, so you could deliberately, forfeit or not go after winning, because you get enough points from second place. That's one problem. The second problem is that like during the match, as long as you hold relics, you get points. Meaning that even if you're like in third place or something, it doesn't really matter which relic you target. It matters only that you control it, and the points only tick up. And I think the systems that are missing in this case are either sort of means to sort of reduce points from the other teams by controlling maybe less than 2 relics, then you lose points, or a system where only the leading team generates points, meaning that if one team controls 4 relics, that's the team that gets points. And so the game would more or less be about controlling more relics than the others.
Are we the problem?
So that's not a terrible idea. I haven't thought much about that, but that sounds decent. Can I elaborate on something? Because the chat.
Let me pause one thing.
Yeah.
I will get you all a chance to speak. We're all going to cut each other off in just a minute here, and I don't want you to feel like cutting off equals disrespect. They're all trying to add value. I'm also adding value. Cut you guys all off at the same time. The whole point of this conversation, again, I brought it back up again. We are all just thinking of a solution towards double teaming. That is just one idea out of billions of ideas that we can think of. Just this one specifically has came up so much in my circle that I thought this would be a good topic to talk about. And I'm talking about the amount of DMs to the topic question that was also added in my Discord. If you guys in Twitch chat have an opinion on a topic that you want to discuss next Sunday, come in my Discord. There's a channel that literally specifically says Outfit Ward topic ideas. If you want us to talk about that subject, you can actually post it in there. And if you post that subject, just follow the simple rules I asked for. And if you can't follow those simple rules, your message just gets deleted. That's all it is. You don't get banned. But overall, that's where you can post those subjects. We're also having this topic debate because Odeon brought it back up. So don't worry. We're just hashing it out. Ari just brought up something incredibly useful as far as thinking of the idea how to prevent double teaming in a different way. And now we're going to have Odeon basically go and clarify a statement. Go ahead.
Yeah, I like Ari's idea. We'll have to talk about that some more. I just wanted to clarify some things because the chat isn't quite grasping what I'm trying to say. So I'll try to say it in a slightly different way. I'm not saying that the kills are going to be the thing that decides the game. The kills as points is just to mitigate how badly a team will get stomped if they're getting double teamed. Visualize it like this. If each base is 48 points per minute and you have 48 people in the match, those 48 guys are basically acting as a base if they're getting about a kill per minute each. So if you're double teaming a faction, that faction has access to 2 bases worth of potential kills. But the double teaming factions have access to 0.5 bases each. So if you're double teaming a faction, and let's say the other 2 factions have 2 bases, and the double teamed faction only has 2 bases.
Can I pause something?
Yeah, sure.
I'm going to give worst case scenario a chance to speak, because worst case scenario is coming in, and a lot of people didn't see this, but I saw it personally. You had 2 outfits working together, R18 and Space Pig attacking Recursion, colluding, I guess, whatever you want to call it, standing next to each other. Then you had Dark and Gia doing the same exact thing the same day, and they did it before Space Pigs and R18 did it. They did it before they did on the match design. And they stood right next to each other and attacked Hammered. And so Hammered is not equivalent to our Recursion as far as the skill set level. They're just basically a bunch of people that are good friends of mine that enjoy this game and come out and have a good time. They got double teamed. And they are not going to get those kills to even come close to what Recursion could do with their KPM levels that they've got in their team.
Oh yeah, I agree. So, but here's the thing. It's about potentiality. So
yeah, that was a potential idea, is what I'm saying. A potential idea is add kills to basically make it even as far as a reasoning towards double teaming. I think it's a good idea to look at, but also Ari's got some good points as well, where he says nobody gets any points until you own 4 relics, and that really forces the other 2 teams to think about it as, hey, I don't have 4 relics. I'm wasting my time sitting here shooting the people at the top. I got to go kick the other guy's butt, who is sitting there taking my ability to gain points. And then you'll see the one team sticking out like a sore thumb, and the second team, who's still forcing their attacks up north, will have to attack the guys at the west because they don't have 4 spaces.
Oh, Arshee, you misunderstood me. I'm not saying it's a potential idea. I'm saying that you're giving the team a potential pool of points to grab, is what I'm saying. So the team getting double teamed has a potential pool of 2 bases worth of points to grab, whereas the teams doing the double teaming only have a potential of 0.5 each to grab. That's
but you also have force multipliers that this could take into effect. This is where if I brought Farah in here, he would blow my mind out of the water. And then you're looking at a Colossus tank that takes an entire platoon to destroy, because it takes a squad of 12 just to repair it back up, and its entire Valkyrie movement just to basically attack that damn Colossus that acts as a mobile spawn point, and has been a big detrimental factor that you guys got a chance to see what Recursion did in that match, going back and forth, Sales trying to dodge and prevent any of his Colossus position to get destroyed. It was 3 people fending off 48 people. And that's pretty insane how many kills you're going to get between 3 people, because that Colossus tank is that damn powerful. And if a Colossus tank can equal out to being 48 kills, then nobody's going to pull the Colossus tank if they don't feel confident to keep it alive. And so when we start adding value to each and every single product, like mosquitoes to galaxies, if a galaxy's 10 kills and the guy sucks at flying it, you're going to get mad at your teammate for pulling a galaxy. Then you're going to get mad at your teammate for pulling a harasser or a main battle tank. Don't pull main battle tanks, they suck. Because we're just going to be letting the other team farm it.
I think that you guys are still placing too much emphasis on the kills per points. It's just a very, very soft cushion.
Guys, I just want to have two points. One thing is, like, for example, with vehicle kills, you're getting indirectly punished because it's related to sort of the core team levels in the silos. So that basically forces the teams to refill. You know, like if you apply something like that, you might maybe have Cortium like every spawn cost some Cortium.
And it's tanks that can't be on the point.
So that would make sort of dying more taxing on that end. And like all these sort of theories based on let's reward kills. I think it caters more to the sort of high skill team. But if you flip the coin and say like you have evenly skilled teams, now you've got still a double team going on at some point. then the team that is getting double teamed will get farmed, or if you have like a very lopsided match where like one team is much better, we've seen some examples of that on some of the servers, then the match is just going to be even worse, and that team will have a
Fori,
even worse time to recover from that.
Fori, can I simplify it for you so you can visualize it in a different way? Because I think you guys aren't getting it. Even if the team is bad, they still have the advantage. So let's put it this way. Let's say we're playing Halo, and we're just going to super simplify it. We're playing a 2v2 in Halo PC. Let's say my team is horrible, but we managed to get a 10-point lead in the beginning, and your team is super good, and my teammate lags out, and then I do nothing but trade for the rest of the game. You have 2 people, I have 1 person, I'm trading for the rest of the game. My team automatically wins. I don't even need to kill one of you without dying. I could just trade the rest of the game and I win. Because I have 2 people that I could potentially kill, and you guys only have 1. And it's the same mechanic. It's just a mathematical mechanic. Like no matter what.
But in this case, you're assuming that the person that is sort of has 2 opponents against him will actually succeed in killing them. If you have like a equally skilled team that
If
is like facing the odds of 2 against 1, and then the odds are still against them. So in
no,
that case,
they're not. Mathematically, the odds are in their favor. No, Fori. Mathematically, the odds are in their favor because they have significantly more points that they have access to, and the teams doing the double teaming have significantly. Oh, I'm sorry. The lad. It's the opposite. They have significantly more points at their disposal that they can grab, and the double teaming factions have half the amount of points they can potentially get.
That's only if we're describing both factions are attacking one. Yes, and if they're all forcing themselves, that means you have more targets to shoot at. But long story short, let's not cut each other out. Go ahead, Schmitty. When you're done, Schmitty, pass it to somebody else. Go ahead, Schmitty.
Yeah, I also think that the main issue that gets overlooked is that these are multifactorial problems in systems that have multiple levels, right? So if you change the point metrics like Odin is describing, then of course that would also incentivize people to not double team, right? And if it happens, and usually the team that gets double teamed, and I don't mean like a tactical double team, I mean like a blatantly like, yeah, they need to lose so they get out of the tournament double team. These guys, tend to be the better player, right? Statistically speaking. So that would give them kind of a rope to latch onto, right? That's the only idea. And if you're not good enough to catch that rope, then it's your misfortune you don't make it into the winning class. That's just how it is, right? It's not a way to alleviate the battle on just the point per kill basis. No, you don't want to. It's not a singular thing. It's just a rope that people can catch onto. And what Odin is describing is that essentially every team acts like a hypothetical captured base, and for every kill you get, right, that point rate increases. If I remember correctly, I might have my brain might be a little spongy on that matter, but just by mathematical logic alone, the team that gets double teamed has more access to that point pool than the other 2 teams, and that's
only true if that team that is getting double teamed has enough cordium to pull vehicles or air to counter those error vehicles.
Yeah, but Arshee, that's already the case, right? If you get double teamed, you run out of cordium, you lose anyway.
That's what I'm saying.
Right?
Like, those are all included. I'm saying those are all included. Double teaming sucks overall. I don't think kills will solve it by itself. I think it needs to be more.
This is not a catch-all at all.
Yeah,
this is not a catch-all.
Yeah. I think it's just it's an added bonus if you guys can think about it and solve it. But if it becomes to the point where Ari's talking about, there's other ways you can mitigate it. But again, that is a good point. I think Schmitty and Thel and Odian both agree on, and Ari.
Yeah, but I wasn't
there's
finished.
a lot of sort of caveats to this also. Like for example, how do you deal with the fact that people can get revived? How do you deal with the fact that sort of there's like cheesy kills, with air to ground or like cobalts, and all the anti-infantry stuff. Should you even count infantry the same way as you do vehicles and all these things? And I think the wish
Wait,
for
but
having
let me answer the question
please
if
let
you
me
pose
finish.
it.
The wish to implement a system like this stems from sort of the experience of some outfits that were sort of, in their perception, double teamed. And
Schmitty, I'm going to
I
give you a
think
chance to speak right after Ari. Go ahead, Ari.
introducing a system like that, I think, creates more problems than it actually solves. I think that would be the point.
Okay, let's go to Schmitty.
Yeah, okay,
and then
I want
after
to-
Schmitty,
yeah.
we're going to basically take a pause break for a minute. Go ahead, Schmitty.
Okay, yeah, so I think cheese kills even out overall because they're accessible to all factions, so that becomes a non-factor. On the other side, it's also that, like, I don't understand where this detriment comes from, supposedly double-teamed. I know you're also in Cobalt, and if you think that, for example, TFDN should have come out of, like, first gold there in last match by having, a 0.4 KD and essentially being served the victory on a silver platter, even though they played well, right? That's not the point, right? It's not that they shouldn't be given the credit of the victory, right? The idea is that what is winning? No, can you win on more than just the base captures? And if you say that Outfit Wars should be a display of the best the community has to offer, then you're actually, by increasing the metrics on which you measure how good people are or how you win, you actually get a finer sieve through which you get the people through. It's one more filter. So thus you get a more distilled perspective on who actually puts out the better fight, right? And now you can say that, okay, well, I don't care about who gives the better fight. I just want to win that. And you could say that, but then you get the TFDN situation, where, like, where essentially what happened is that one faction was very keen on getting the other out, and that was all that mattered, because the victory points allowed them to do that. And that's essentially what happened, right? And it's I think the kill difference was not arbitrary. I think TFDN had 400 kills in total, and we had 1,900. So, it's like whatever,
Something is not
Lolo
right.
Rife posts a really good,
just to confirm,
really good
can you
advice in
clarify?
chat too.
Can you clarify the very end, Schmitty, so we can give other people a chance to come and chime in? Overall, what you're saying is, kills, you approve of it. You want them to look at it. It'll help out to double teaming of 98 versus 48, and of course we can add more factors as well.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, are you guys doing this whole copy pasta?
Yeah, and people like
I think Blink's fantastic. We should just work on our.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think in general, I think the issue, in a sense, is that like the point system, and as long as it's sort of not in an elimination phase, like factions can actually afford to place second or third without being eliminated. And I think that's probably one of the factors that may sort of contribute to sort of alleged arrangements. I mean, regarding the match against Bling, I think Foundation, in my view, actually played a very surprising game. I never expected them to be as strong as they were. And I mean, Reapers, they did engage in fights with the VS. If you argue that way, I think both factions basically did what was expected of them. They both recognized Bling as the bigger threat and targeted them to a degree, knowing that if we do not keep them in check, we will definitely lose. So I think in a sense, the double team is in a way also a means sort of to balance skill. The other problem will be that once you sort of go to a format that's like sort of is catered to sort of the high KD sort of fraction that you represent here, then you make Outfit Wars less accessible across the board, I think.
Can I say something,
players
please?
win?
Yeah. Can I say something, please?
Let's go and give
real
a
fast.
chance let's give a chance to basically have Thel and Thunderstorm to do their closing statements. I can't have them sitting here all day.
Okay.
And I ruin speakers forever. Odeon, I'll give you a chance to speak, I promise. If they need to leave, I need them to leave, because then I will never get speakers to join this entire show.
Okay.
Sitting here forever. Thunderstorm, go ahead and basically do your closing statement, and Thel as well, and then we'll continue talking amongst ourselves.
Well, I just wanna thank you again for the opportunity. I mean, in general, I think we went over a lot of topics, and I appreciate the opinions of the other guys here.
Thank you so much, Thunderstorm.
Yeah.
And good luck next week on your matches.
Thank you. And have a good night.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thunderstorm is heading out, guys. Honestly, thank you to these speakers that we have these debates and we have these conversations. And no matter how passionate we get in the end, I hope you guys have respect for each other. And that's the only thing I care about more than anything in the world. So thank you, Thunderstorm, and have a great night, buddy. Thel, please give me your closing statement, and thank you so much for stopping by. And I would love to know overall, is this discussion, this breakdown, is this worth it, or am I wasting my time?
I don't think you're wasting your time. I think Outfits Wars needs to be designed in a way that makes it that every outfit needs to play for the win, and that points are distributed to outfits that are actually good. And not only the kills, not only the base caps, but in multiple facets of the game. And this whole talk about double team, like, it just needs to be in the nature of the game, so that no referee should only. The referee shouldn't be the deciding factor if a team should be eliminated or not, right? It should be in the nature of the game, so that you will only screw yourself over if you double team. That should be it. That is the solution to everything. It should be in the nature of the game, and that's, I think, the only solution that can solve these problems. And other than that, thank you all for listening, and I hope some reason got into some people's heads.
Oh, it did. Believe me, it did. And then there's also people that basically like to poke the bear. They just want to see some people freak out. So thank you so much, buddy. Thel, have a great night, man.
Hey, good night, guys.
Good night, buddy.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Odian, who is, as you say, super patient. Thank you so much for letting me let those individuals head out. And Odian, your topic, godmother. I love you. Go ahead, Odian.
Oh, I almost forgot what I was going to say now.
Oh, God, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. So I saw someone in the chat saying, oh, the farmers will just win. Like, if it's 48 points per base, that is not even close to what will happen. It'll just give people who are getting double teamed a chance to have access to a little bit more points so they can stay competitive within the match despite being double teamed. That's it.
Can
That's
I clarify
all it
on that
is.
statement and add to it? Do you mind if I do that, Odian?
Sure, sure.
So here's an example of what I'm hearing. Imagine right now Alpha Wars, Alpha, and I mean, not Alpha. Jesus, I already forgot the point. Forget it. Doesn't matter. Relic A and Relic B is the points where, let's say, the best team's at the northern position. The West, Southwest, and the Southeast teams are putting all the pressure up north. They have all of the actual hex spaces from Relic A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, and I. And so there's a total of 9 relics on this map. And so if there's 9 relics total, it's split between a 4-5 decision between the two teams that are double teaming. We're talking about this right now as a scenario.
Yes, perfect.
So now you're looking at 4 base caps, 5 base caps for the other team pushing up north. How we decide that? Do we have referees basically remove these two? We just saw that on Soltech. Blue Moon 2004 and RWCN were removed from Alpha Wars because they looked and did a 2 versus 1 towards AMXE. I was a part of that. I was awake at 4 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, part of that entire event. We literally had a statement from Rel a week before, and then boom, the next match on Soltech, that showed us up. The community from AMXE took screenshots and just formed documents and showcased it to Rel. Rel put the banhammer on them. They're out. And so, as an example, to not do that type of design, focus each other as well. So you saw a match happen again after that, where they put the pressure up north. But as soon as the pressure up north happened and it's been cleared, they attacked each other in the middle and have the bases in the center, and sometimes they attack down south, but more pressure was set up north. So now let's talk about kills. If kills were basically done, here's 4 bases, here's 5 bases. The team up north don't have their current relics on A and B. If you guys can imagine it, if you know what the map looks like. I've seen the map a million times, so I can see it. If you can't, we'll talk about it later, or show it later. And so, from this design, if this team is right now killing 48 players and they're just getting double the amount of kills that this four relic base is doing and this 5 relic base is doing, reward this team who's getting double the amount of kills than this team and this team is doing by imagining they have 2 bases for themselves so they can play catch up. That's all it's doing.
Or just stay in it. Maybe not even play catch up, but just like at least stay in it a little bit.
Yeah, and that's the whole point of adding kills as a example.
Oh, Arshee.
Yeah.
One more thing. It's not even just that the double team faction has access to double the amount of kills. The teams that are doing the double teaming have access to half the amount of kills too.
Correct. And so, long story short, that's just an example of adding that as a factor. It doesn't mean it's the best factor. It doesn't mean this is what we want you to do. I'm just basically trying to clarify it for Odeon, so that way you guys can hear it as far as that was the reason behind it. Not make it kills equals outfit wars, and that's the finishing factor, and that's who the best teams win, is who gets the most kills, who's the best farmers. I hope that summarized it. Odeon, do you agree?
Yeah, I agree, and I would like to emphasize that my outfit is an objective-based outfit. Like, we play the objective, we love outfit wars, we're competing in this thing. I'm all about the base captures getting the W. That's why I want the bases to be 48 points per minute. The only reason why I've even introduced this idea is I don't want to see malicious double teaming, and like the Thel guy who just left was saying, it's not about having referees. It's about having the proper incentives. If the proper incentives are there and the proper mechanics are there, you don't need referees. That's it.
Yeah, I see some people putting some cool ideas out there. Overall, resources wouldn't work anymore because then construction is practically empty. The idea of adding construction is to help developers basically focus on players to start using an asset that wasn't used on the live server as much. I think construction became such a viable option in Outfit Wars that you're seeing 2RAF do some incredible base building. We're talking about they're building cities, similar to what the Gia did, but they didn't utilize it in a way that basically would take over Outfit Wars properly. 2RAF built an entire structure like SKL did for Emerald. It was crazy. So it was a lot of fun to see that. Is anything else you want to add, Ari and Schmitty, to this subject before we go and give you guys a chance to talk about your personal topics?
And I'd say the subject has been discussed in the first part extensively.
Thank you so much.
But in summary, I would just say introducing a mechanic like that would be sort of causing more damage and convolute the game. And there's probably better means to address it. Because I understand that sort of the double teaming has been sort of the hot topic of this outfit war iteration. But I think there's better ways to address it.
Can we be a bit more specific? Like, what you're saying, I agree with you, but it's not that double teaming is not a problem. It's a part of the game. It's meant to happen. It's the malicious double teaming where it's not in the good sense of competition. Because people are like, oh, double teaming. Double teaming is a part of the game. My outfit got double teamed in the first qualifier match that we played, and we should have been double teamed. We were up by like 150 something points, and we were aggressively pushing both sides. If we didn't get double teamed, the other factions were playing wrong.
I did see that.
I have to agree with that. No, it's like, look, I'd argue that like my outfit is like, no, I've said this multiple times too. It's unbelievably reasonable to focus on the most competent competition you have, right? Natural double teaming is absolute lump in my throat is absolutely reasonable, right? The only thing that needs to be inhibited is that you can actually, like, there's a real incentive at the moment to double team to kick people out of the tournament, because it is actually able to be abused because of the overall system, right? It's not only that the match itself, but the victory points also play into that, right? You can have a team on one faction that's so far ahead in victory points, just make the decision that they can essentially afford to sacrifice second or first place, right? They can throw away the entire match just to kick out the competition, right? That's the main problem.
Smitty, right? That's why Zealous's idea from a couple of weeks ago was so good.
True. I think we all agreed on that, no? That was actually an extremely valuable addition to the conversation, to make it that winning is a zero-sum game. Either you make it first or you don't get points. So that, together with the with essentially like getting a little bit more points if you get double teamed from the kills. Seems like those two changes would benefit the mode extremely well. And I also think that it needs to be
You could take it a step
stopped.
further and make like third place loses a point maybe. Yeah, because then you still have the
I don't know,
incentive
sometimes
to play to win. But I think in general
I don't know
would
if
agree
that's
to the idea.
but I wasn't finished.
To have.
Sorry, Ari. Go ahead, Schmitty. Sorry about that. Go ahead, Schmitty.
Yeah. It's generally what Ari said. I don't know. I think that might be a bit too extreme. But to continue on, I think that a huge problem is that in these talks, it's treated as though there's an equal room for everybody to win. This isn't a competition where you get a medal through participation.
What?
Right?
I'm just kidding.
What?
I'm kidding. It's a joke.
Yeah. No, listen. No, but this is like extremely serious because people treat this as though every outfit has an equal right to win this. This is not the case. No.
Yes.
The players who qualitatively figure out how to win, right, that have individually and collectively the highest effort should win this competition, right? That's the idea. And it doesn't matter if you don't agree with that, right? Because if you build a competition, it's in the word. You compete with others. You filter out the chaff from the wheat. This isn't everybody gets...
I get your sentiment,
finish.
but I think it's like I read a lot of entitlement into that, because I think.
Ari, can I? Sorry.
Please let me finish.
Sorry.
The sort of balance act that the devs have to do in this case is a bit. You have to get all these people that are very highly skilled, like the Jaeger mains, basically, in the same sort of. Space as many of the more casual outfits, and I think this is the challenge of the whole Outfit Wars system in a sense. So if you have all these issues, with stacking and that has a whole slew of problems of its own, because then at the end of the day, Outfit Wars is probably going to die because people are going to say like, oh, it's bling again, and nobody wants to fight them because they're going to dominate. And then the whole thing is going to die.
Yeah, this is a very
so
fair point.
if you're saying like, other outfits don't deserve to participate in the space, I don't agree with that.
Oh, that's not what
because
he's saying.
I think,
he's just saying they don't
say
deserve to be
participate.
winning as often as they do if they're not even close to being the best outfit, is what he's saying.
True.
He wants to basically have more factors to allow the best outfits that are actually contributing themselves to win than just trying to collude towards a 2v1. Give the basically 2v1 opportunities to make a comeback, because there's no comeback situation right now. 96 versus 48 kills will help the 48 people at least have a little bit of a comeback to force those people stop the double teaming. Ari's opinion as well, preventing any points from being added onto the situation. Whoever that owns the most territories gets the most points, or actually starts ticking towards points. I don't really know exactly what the solution is, but I think you guys are all coming to the right idea. I think we're just pointing fingers in the wrong directions. Instead of basically saying no, 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 more like, I think you guys are all on the same page. But
Yeah,
I want to make sure we don't cut each other off anymore, unless if you guys can do a good job between the three of you guys. The guys are getting really excited. I see Ari cutting off Schmitty, Schmitty cutting off Ari, Odian cutting off Schmitty, and then back and forth. Let's go and basically give you guys 1 minute each, or you guys want to continue down this path?
Well, I don't know. I hope I'm not stepping on anybody's toes, and I have Ari and Odin for sure aren't stepping on mine if they interject. I don't. I think it's fruitful
interjecting
nonetheless.
between the three of us is okay?
Well, for me, yeah, it's okay as long as it doesn't get out of hand, which I don't think it does.
Okay. What about you, Ari? Are you okay with that?
I mean, I think I'm just noticing that. I mean, we're all passionate about the game,
Very.
and I think like we want to sort of interject with sort of comments and stuff while people are talking. So maybe we should try to keep the statements a bit shorter.
Thank you.
And then maybe just go like since we're three, we just go one in turn. And,
That's what I want to do for 1 minute
to
less.
keep it a bit, because otherwise the statements get too long.
It's extremely difficult to be able to pinpoint exactly where you're talking about, and then all of a sudden you change the subject in mid-speech. So if I'm going to keep you guys down to less than 1 minute each, it gives a chance to at least rebuttal your statement. Odian, are you okay with that?
I would love that.
Okay, let's go ahead and basically start from the very top. I think we've nailed the whole kill conversation. And let's go basically talk about the next subject. Are you guys okay with that?
Can I add one more thing to
You
the
son of a-
idea?
I didn't say anything.
Not actually the kill point thing, but just the idea of double teams.
Not yet. Because
and
you did bring up the subject earlier. Let's let Ari bring up a subject, and then let's let Schmitty, and then we'll go to yours. Is that okay?
No, it's tied to something that we were just talking about. I just want a quick touch.
Let him go. I'm fine.
You're fine with it, Ari?
Very quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
So
go ahead.
we're talking about how kills as points is just one idea of many to offer incentives to disincentivize double teams, right? And the other idea that was talked about was Zealous's idea, where you reduce the rewards for getting second so that the third place team is not incentivized to attack the second place team. And I think I said this last time, but in the three-way match versus Help, we won that match because Help started to claw its way on three-way instead of attacking us. If they had not gone for second place by attacking three-way would have won that. And so I'm not even saying I'm not saying I want to make these changes because I wanted to win or I think I should win. Like, if these changes were implemented, I would have lost that match. Like, I just want to see the competitions be better. That's
better
it.
in a way that makes it more exciting to win, correct?
More exciting to watch, more exciting to play in, like across the board.
Cool. Thank you. I appreciate that statement. Let's go ahead and go to Ari and hear his topic that he'd like to discuss.
Well, I could talk for hours, actually. But,
what topic question do you have that basically we can all sit here and enjoy, and then we'll do Schmitty, and then we'll call it a day. We've gone over 4 hours. It was supposed to be a 2-hour stream.
Yeah,
It seems like we got over the time. But let's go ahead and give you guys at least one topic each, and then we'll call it after Schmitty's.
I would have like 3 basic topics that are very, maybe we can take another time. But one of them is basically the outfit war accessibility, like challenges that smaller and specialized outfit face. And, coming from Alps, I think I have a good story to tell in that sense. The others would be then regarding the format, advantages, disadvantages of the 1v1v1, but I think we've touched upon those, so I don't think we should go there.
Okay. What topic would you like to discuss then?
So I think in general, since I'm representing alliances, please, the possibility of adapting the system to be more accessible for smaller outfits and outfits banding together. I think this is like an idea that has been circulating in the community for a long time. And at the same time, we realize that there's like extreme challenges. How do you balance assets, for example? How do you do it technically? All these things.
Trying to think basically how to basically move forward on that. Do you have an opinion on that, Odion and Schmitty? Let's go Odion first.
I do. I think the outfit alliances things are a good idea, but I also think that Planetside should be trying to integrate different game types like 6v6 CTF and 6v6 the pickup league thing, where you cap the points and there's points for kills for different types of players who like different types of game modes. I don't understand why this stuff isn't integrated into the game.
Just embrace Jaeger. No, that's essentially what it is. No, it should be officially advertised and maybe even made more accessible for sure.
The biggest problem with Jaeger is that the player names don't show. And it's also not on your main account, so you can't showcase the purchases that you made.
There's POCs. You can just start into it too. It's like the problem is really that the light's not being shined on it too much. I think that if you just want to go and have some fun on Jaeger, you can do that right now by going to the Reddit, going on the Discord, and like setting up your POC character. No, you get a free login. You can experience a 6v6 with random people. A lot of the pillars of the community play it almost daily and can just go in.
Yeah, I've never really been incentivized to even join those things because there seems to be a lot of toxicity and a lot of just trolling and memeing, and it's like, I think that people not playing on their actual accounts brings a lot of problems. I think that if people actually had their names tied to these characters when they're participating in these events, there'd be a lot more accountability and things like that. It needs to be integrated into the game. And this is what I said to one of the devs when I had a dev's ear when they were trying to introduce Planetside Arena. I told them, I'm like, this is a mistake. the idea for Arena is good, but making it a separate game from Planetside 2 is a mistake. Just make it a separate game mode within Planetside.
Yep.
They split the community up, and it blew up in their face. And it's like, I don't know if it was a lack of forethought or they were trying to capitalize on the battle royale thing at the time, but just a little bit of forethought would have went a long way in recognizing, listen, this is a somewhat small community. We could build upon it by introducing game types that other types of players are interested in, but you don't want to be breaking up an already small community. That makes no sense.
Yep. If there was a
But
game
at the
mode,
same
I can
time-
agree that Planetside Arena with Planetside 2 together would be an amazing addition, but those are game modes. And if it was basically Planetside 3, it would basically be hopefully another version on graphic scale and optimization and just overall new player experience in general. Not to see a copy and paste of what we see here. And so that's a good point. Ari, go ahead.
No, I think probably part of the reason why that hasn't happened is because it would segment the game, or compartmentalize the game in a sense. And I think sort of Outfit Wars as a sort of temporary event is actually a means to sort of incorporate. So if you have these things happening, then it probably only during like special events or scheduled times.
What about
if
what
at
about
all,
Modern Warfare? Modern Warfare has so many different game modes in the same game. You can use your character on all different aspects.
Exactly.
Well,
That's exactly what I was
think
going to say.
The difference is that Planetside has a very has a smaller player base, and if you do it at this point in time, I think you will always have a pool of players missing from the sort of the main activity of the game.
But Ari,
And
isn't
like
that
this
already
one-
happening?
Yeah. So
Isn't that already happening with the Jaeger stuff? Like people are playing on Jaeger instead of playing on the main server.
I don't think that's entirely like the main problem is that the main server requires a certain amount of people to be online in order to be operative, and if you segment the community now with different game modes, I think that a lot of them will be unplayable due to less participation. But on the basis of it, if we had
too many game modes at once, yes. But
if we had a bigger community, I would say for sure, man, because then people can actually go into different, sectors of play. But at the moment, I think what Ari said on the surface is correct, that that Outfit Wars essentially being a seasonal thing is fine. I also think that Jaeger being a little bit cut off from the rest of the community isn't the end of the world. There's still rules to POGs, and you can still get people to not participate in there. Like there is reprehensive measures that can be taken if somebody is toxic or trolling you. It's not like this is the Wild West and people just go out like gunning for each other.
There's another dimension of this that you guys are missing, though. So I come from a Halo team. KN1 was originally a Halo team, then it was a Counter-Strike team. I have at least 20 guys that I know personally who would play this game if there was a CTF mode. Without a doubt in my mind, if there was like a 6v6 or a 12v12 CTF mode, that's at least 20 people that I personally know that would play this game in a heartbeat. So it's not that you'd be segmenting a community, you'd be adding to the community because there's people who are interested in different types of game modes, and then when they're not playing the CTF mode or whatever other mode, they'd be on the live server practicing their shooting and practicing just playing with their friends. Do you know how often the live server gameplay is just not fun? And I wish that I could hop on with the 6 or 7 guys that I have on and just play a CTF mode, because the live server fights are just not up to snuff at the moment because it's too zergy or whatever.
That's all the time, yeah.
Yeah, it would not detract from the live server. It wouldn't.
Well,
yeah,
I have
it's just I wanted to work out, but I'm afraid.
2 points on that.
Give me 1 second. Let me just make sure we go Ari, then Smitty, then Odian, Ari, Smitty. Let's do that. Go ahead, Ari.
So on the Jaeger server again, I think part of the issue is also that it's sort of cross server in a sense. So you have like players from like the entire community having a space where they can interact and sort of specialize, and it's sort of isolated from the rest of the game. That's one point. The other thing about capture the flag, I would like the idea, and I think when it comes to bases, for example, I think there could be sort of more sort of diversity, how to capture certain bases. So like for example, some could use some sort of capture the flag mechanic where you need to transport an item across, an area to flip the next base or something like that. Because that would make sort of the bases more diverse and maybe give armor a role also.
Schmitty?
Well, I agree with that on the surface. It would be cool if we had that, but I don't think that fits in the outfit wars discussion part. Although, like, well, yes, it would be cool to have multiple, like, a multiplicity of ways to win objectives. That would be damn cool for sure, to have CTF, etc. But I don't know, like, if it's just purely about outfit wars and about adapting multiple game modes, then I would say that at the moment I think they should get outfit wars right, and then we can go and see. And it's definitely for sure not at its optimal state. I think we can all
Yes.
agree on that, right? It has a lot of glaring issues, and there's a lot of outfits that I know of personally that didn't sign up because they just didn't like it and they didn't have a fun time. And a lot of the things that we talk about are like, would solve these things, right? That there's a feeling that it's pretty much arbitrary on how you participate, and it's more about, if you get lucky with a matchup, and the other side of it is like, server politics. So I think by getting the system right and getting the incentives right, this would be refined. And I think once the actual outfit wars thing is fixed, then we can talk about how it would be that if we have different modes and how they could intertwine. Like, why not? That sounds like a cool idea.
I'm 100% in agreement, Smitty. Perfectly said.
Awesome. And Odian, you want to add anything before we go back to Ari?
Oh, I would just say, I just want to say I 100% agree. I think that the Outfit Wars format, everyone is hating on it. Well, not everyone, but a lot of people are hating on it unjustly. I think it's very rough around the edges, and there's a lot that needs to be changed. But I think the devs know what they need to change at this point. I think that we've gotten a lot of good input on this stream from many people. I hope the devs watch this, or at least listen to you, Arshee, if you give them any suggestions. They could really fine-tune Outfit Wars for next season. It'll be fun for a lot of people. And then after they get Outfit Wars in a state that people are really enjoying to play and watch, then we can start introducing other things like CTF or a 6v6 pickup type thing that's integrated into the game. And I'm telling you, it would not split the community up. It would make the community bigger, because you're going to get bleed through all those modes depending on what people want to play. At the end of the day, we love Planetside 2. The people who are playing CTF are not going to be like, oh, I'm never playing live server again. At least I know that I wouldn't be like that. If you love this game, you love this game. That's the end of it.
Well said. Thank you. And let's go ahead and change the subject and give a chance for Schmitty to talk about his. Did we answer that question, Ari?
Yeah, just go ahead with the next.
Next topic. All right, Schmitty.
Well, I have a loaded topic.
Pick one,
and not in a sense.
We'll pick one, and then we'll basically get started for next week, Sunday, where I have no topics to discuss, and then we'll give the speakers a chance to basically bring up their own personal topics, or you guys can go ahead and type in the channel where it's just called Outfit Wars Topic Ideas, and make sure you guys specify your topics ahead of time, so I can go and Photoshop it into the stream, such as like what you see here, where this is topic number 1, topic number 2, and vice versa. If you guys don't type in your topics by today, before I basically work on it by this weekend, that means we're going to let the speakers just randomly bring up a topic. So if you guys want us to talk about it, I will go in order based on your topic ideas if it's something relevant towards Outfit Wars. Go ahead, Schmitty. And this will be the last topic for today, and then we'll call it, and then we'll basically send the raid over to one of our community members. Go ahead.
All right. This is it's kind of loaded because it's the reason I've developed a rather cynical look at the whole thing, and I think this, even though I enjoy the talks and I like to be here and just get some ideas in, I think this might be my last time here, because I think the most important things have been said, and I think that, in fact, if you, I don't know, that's up to you, Arshee, but I think that if you can't come up with topics that are relevant to you, then it might be sensible to put the format on hold until there's actual topics to arise that haven't been talked about. Because otherwise, you just dilute the valuable feedback that the community is interested with people that just want to put out their individual points. And those are two different things, but that's just me.
Okay,
the
so
one thing I wanted to talk about...
Just to add to that,
Yeah.
I'm going to cut you out real
Okay,
quick.
sure, yeah.
If you can help me understand this, everybody in chat. If I see right now 4 topic points that came up that were not introduced from today and last week, and I can do a good job of identifying, hopefully you guys trust me by now, that I think it's actually good points to talk about, I'll bring up another Sunday event. But if we don't have speakers and we don't have topics, this Sunday breakdown will not be here. And so we'll do one last Sunday breakdown at the end of gold, silver, and bronze to get a conclusion statement by everybody. Yep. Just a conclusion statement. That's going to be the one topic to say, overall, was this the way you wanted to see Alpha Wars, or what would you like to see different? And that will be that. So if next week doesn't happen, for sure I'll have one last one at the gold, silver, and bronze on Sunday.
Yeah, that's perfectly reasonable. I'm just saying that this is a lot of valuable feedback and people put a lot of thought and time into this, and it would be a damn shame if it turned into white noise. So, yeah. Okay. But on the other hand, the last thing to address is something that kind of really, really annoyed me, and that is a meta aspect of Outfit Wars, and that's that there weren't any concise, clear rules. And I have to go for a long swing here to explain the Hydra situation. I quickly want to disclaim that I'm not part of Hydra, and that I'm not advocating for them, and that I actually agree with the disqualification of them, right? But to put into perspective what happened, because it wasn't exactly clarified, but as somebody who is in those circuits, I can explain what happened, hopefully well enough so I don't get crucified when I turn back to my team speak. But essentially what happened is that Hydra... so when you sign into Outfit Wars and you warp to Desolation the first time, right, you get a little pop-up, and that prompt tells you that now if you warp to Desolation, your account is locked to that outfit, which is perfectly reasonable. And the sense that this makes is that people actually don't play for multiple outfits in the same bracket. That makes perfect sense. Everybody understands this, right? The problem is that it was specifically phrased with the account notion in mind. So what happened is that Hydra signed up essentially for jokes and then couldn't retract their vote, their fault, right? And then they said, well, we are just gonna take this, semi-seriously, and we're gonna get some people on board. They got people on board, some of them ringers from other things, and they were transparent about it. They had ringers streaming it, and it wasn't a big deal because it wouldn't break any rules on the surface of the like verbatim, it doesn't break any rules because it were different accounts. Now, what happened is that this was, of course, noticed, and what happened is that essentially this rule has been changed now mid-tournament, that it now, like, they essentially removed the account lock. It is now you who is locked to the Outfit Wars. And then they retrospectively disqualified Hydra from the event. And this really drives me the wrong way. I agree with the disqualification, but it's vitally important that if you don't have a clear rule set, okay, and you put this out here and people participated, right? Yeah, I know it doesn't say the characters anymore, but there's, even in the source code, you can still go back. It says characters, like it. There are screenshots proving that I can link them to it. It's essentially the code was ended. The prompt was changed with a hotfix, essentially after it happened. But it doesn't really matter. Because essentially rules were added mid-tournament, it added in retrospective, and then enforced in hindsight. So it's essentially triple bad. Okay, you can't have a competitive game mode and enforce it in hindsight and change the rules mid-tournament. And the saddest thing about it is that you have people that openly grieved, right? Like, for example, like Pigs and R18, that openly grieve recursion, and they get a little slap on the finger and be like, don't do that, but it's fine now. We made the unspoken code of conduct, and and then they do a retrospective rule change and apply them in hindsight. Whereas if you would do the same, if you would be logically consistent, R18 and Pigs would also be out. By that logic, I'm not saying they should be, okay, because I think changing the rules mid-tournament is extremely bad optics, right? But you can't do that. You shouldn't do that, okay? And I hope if a dev is listening, I really hope you get that right, because if you don't formulate your rules correctly, people will abuse them. And you can't just mid-tournament say, well, actually, that's not how we intended. So, haha, here, pay the price, get out, right? You can't do that. That's one of the major reasons why I thought to myself that there's almost no point in coming on here. Because what's the point?
Okay.
Right,
So
what's the point?
Can I clarify something?
Sure.
This is what I'm basically getting justification on. To me, again, not representing RPG, not representing Daybreak, and if I was, I would say I'm representing them. So, logically, this is Alpha 3. This is a Outfit War design that they basically reapplied in a third sequence. This is not the true definition of Outfit Wars, leaving it bare bones and open to seeing people take advantage of the system, getting a chance to see people exploit so they can fix those exploits, people trying to break the rules so they can actually create rules behind it. This is what Alpha is used for. This is what Beta is used for, in my opinion. I could be wrong. Coming in the game mode entirely with the idea that you should have had your rule sets completely down pat ahead of time before you make these game modes, and then basically clearly going against those game modes is basically disrespectful. It could be exactly the way you described, disrespectful. But because this is Alpha 3, I would just recommend going forward saying, we deserve the right to basically change our game mode at any given moment. This is an alpha access. You are coming in to try this game mode from us. Would that make you... Would this make it appropriate for any decisions they make going forward? Because they don't have the time to basically come in with a concrete design as far as rules and regulations are concerned, an alpha beta version. They have to first get the game mode to a certain degree where you guys are all happy about it. And then once Alpha Wars is out, I do agree with you, Schmitty, and I would be basically a huge advocate on it, is if you guys change the rules midway on an Outfit War when it's 100% there has to be a clear statement saying that these are the situations that happen. We had to basically step in, and then these are the new rules we're adding. And we won't basically...
But Arshee,
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you overlook a vital part of this conversation, and that's that there is a tremendous amount of ringers around in the community, right? Hydra was essentially singled out on that, and not only were the rules applied in hindsight and the rules changed mid-tournament, they also didn't apply to everybody equally, and it's like, it's just wrong on too many levels to essentially... like, my goodwill fountain is used up. Right? Like, what can I say to that except to be like, look, I understand the disqualification. Look, I'm not arguing that Hydra shouldn't be disqualified. But Jesus Christ, you have to have the integrity to then apply it to everyone.
Yeah.
No,
Can I chime in at this point?
Yes,
sure.
It's been over a minute. Please,
so because I think regarding the rules, like if you have to create a new account in order to circumvent the block, I mean, those people would have to understand that this is against the rules. That's the first issue. Second, I think if you talk about sort of consistent enforcing of rules, they should have actually not only sort of penalized Hydra, but the individuals that were ringing in that sense, and that includes sort of members of Bling at this point.
Yeah, that's correct.
I think the reason they probably didn't do that is because that they recognized that, okay, this is maybe a sort of oversight and rule clarification is something they need to work on maybe. So they didn't bring down the ban hammer strongly, because it would have maybe created more outrage than it's worth. But I don't think that you can argue that I mean the rules haven't been clear on the accounts part. Because that is basically.
Look.
I mean that was clear from the get-go.
Yeah, right. It said that I didn't say that it doesn't say that. Look, the accounts like your account is linked to the outfit, and the reasoning behind it is so people don't participate in multiple brackets. I agree with that, right? I'm not saying that that's the case, but it was deliberately phrased to lock your account to the outfit. And the logical conclusion is, well, if I have multiple accounts, I just go on somewhere else, which isn't to say that like the reason this rule exists is still violated by that, right? It's still not okay. But the problem was that it wasn't phrased properly. And then it gets rephrased and people get punished in hindsight. That's the problem.
So you're saying that you want to make sure moving forward that if rules are going to be written, don't punish the team that punish the teams after the rules are written. Is that what you want? Versus punish them and then write the rules?
No, but here's the thing. Somebody already said this. Somebody already said this. It was implied that you're not allowed to have more than one character playing per team in Outfit Wars. And that was implied with the fact that they limited each person's account to one team.
Yeah.
Like, these people knew that they were breaking the rules.
Well, that's
I think that
for
pretty
sure.
much settles it.
Right.
I mean, they knew they broke the rules, and Hydra got punished for it.
Yeah, but
and
the thing is,
and they didn't go all
Yeah.
the way and also basically punish Bling for it. So in that case, you should be thankful that the devs were lenient in that case.
Yeah,
But
well,
again-
in a way, that's true. But on the other hand, it's also completely arbitrary because when it comes to that, then they could just make up a rule or change a rule in a little bit, in a little format, right? To change it, for example, that every outfit that has assembled only for the purpose to win outfit wars shouldn't be allowed. And thus, they are disqualified hereby, right? That would disqualify Alps, for sure.
So-
And that would have disqualified T, right? And the problem is that, look, the problem is that they retrospectively enforced them, and they didn't enforce them equally. I'm not saying.
Yeah,
that
okay,
it
I
was-
agree, Smitty. I agree.
Right. It's fair game to disqualify them. Again, I'm not saying that they shouldn't have been disqualified. I'm saying that you can't enforce rules selectively in hindsight. It's double bad.
Got it. So overall, you're saying stick to the rules on your outfit war design and enjoy it for 6 weeks and then change rules. Don't change rules in the middle
or
of
if
the
you
season.
change
Is what
them,
you're saying?
apply them equally.
Yeah, you got to apply them equally. I think that that's the main thing. It wasn't applied equally. There's lots of people who made alternate accounts to play for multiple teams, and it's just not cool.
Got it. So my
I
next
think
question
the
is: we need
sort
to
of
see
the-
testing. We need to see testing. This is Alpha 3. We need to see testing across all servers. We need to know it actually worked from start to finish. Even the gold, silver brackets need to be there and done. And moving forward, I would assume if Alpha 4 is going to come out, not the official Alpha War, you would like to see rules ahead of time that are more specific. That way you guys can, not trying to say you guys, I'm sorry, whoever is out there wishes to find ways to go and finagle their way through the rules. I do like to break games too, okay? I'm not saying I'm a perfect rule setter here. I played MMOs back in the day, and I basically duplicated buffs. And that would give me the opportunity to have a buff that only existed in Christmas time, and I had it for the entire year because I found a way to duplicate a buff through one specific class. Then you log out and you need to keep it. That should get me banned. But if I shared it with anybody else, I would get patched. And so I find ways to break games because it's really fun to do so. Again, you guys are also doing that too. If you guys are doing something that you clearly know is an exploit or is going in between the rules, we all know and deep down inside that we should get punished if we do get caught. But what you're saying, Schmitty, is be more definite on your rules next time. Even in alpha version, you want to see more rules in alpha version, not the actual game mode.
Yeah, for sure. Because the problem is, look, we haven't been given clear and concise rules. If you look at your last talk that we had, virtually everybody agreed on most of the topics because essentially we were left with a half-baked
Okay. No,
like
that makes sense.
a half-baked tournament,
I got over
right?
it overall.
That wasn't
Basically,
specified.
Yeah, overall, if you're going to basically do any of these punishments, I would recommend it. From hearing this right now, let's basically all agree. You're going to put out a rule set. Don't punish the teams that basically already did it. Punish the next team that does it next week. So it means if you want to basically bring in a new rule, we don't mind it. Bring it out a new rule by the end of that entire weekend. And then if you decide to commit that rule next week, then you're punished. So that means if you are bringing ringers from the same server, you got to stop doing that. That means you got to find new players. Is that correct? Would that work?
Sounds good. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. But I would add that it's wrong on every level of analysis. Look, it's also wrong that they changed the rules mid-tournament. It's wrong that they
Oh.
apply them in hindsight,
I gotta
and it's
time-
wrong that they.
I gotta disagree with you on that. I have to disagree with you on that.
Mid-tournament.
I have to disagree with that. I
They didn't
think
actually
the rules-
change. They didn't actually change the rules though. Like we said,
just
they were
change the
implied.
words.
Let me rephrase that. The rules have been changed. Now, defining how much have changed, that doesn't matter. Rules were changed. Rules were added. Rules were more specified. I do agree they have to do that. That is my only point, my point of view that I'm going to put my foot down. Not to say that you can't have your foot down too. Why am I basically having an opinion on this? Is because this is alpha and beta access. They need to keep applying the rules throughout every week. You have a set amount of time to develop a game. You cannot wait till the end of 6 weeks to then to apply all those factors and then see that you screwed up on a new factor that should have been applied during the week. This is alpha and beta. They have the right to do whatever the hell they need to. But to make it easier on you guys, don't ban or create intensity. Put the new rule sets out there and then let them make that decision if they want to screw up next week. Would that work? I'm assuming it.
I think in general it's just a matter of understanding that this is an sort of alpha phase with sort of developmental processes, and also understanding. I mean that like you're not supposed to like break these implied rules and then expect nothing to happen from it. I mean the rule that one account per sort of server implies that you're not supposed to create new accounts to circumvent that. Obviously.
It didn't say per server. It explicitly said that your account is linked to the outfit.
Yeah, and so basically, Schmitty's definition here is we want to basically make sure you don't change the text, which is changing the rules. Even if you change a single word in it, is changing the rules in Schmitty's opinion. That is the
It's
way
what
he's
you
reading.
madman just said.
Yeah, and so long story short, guys, it is their game. But you guys didn't enjoy that. And so to summarize it, to kind of summarize if I could speak English, oh god, this is ridiculous, is to say, please, at the end of Friday and Saturday, if you saw things you didn't enjoy or you basically want to create something that is going to cause an impact in our team, do it after that week. Put the new rule sets out there on Monday, and then if we commit that mistake on next week, then we deserve punishment. Will that work? Can we come to a conclusion on that? Or do we all want to say, do not do a single rule change during 6 weeks?
Yeah, that's correct. I actually changed my opinion on that.
You want 6 weeks of no rule changes?
No. I actually changed my opinion on that. I think specifying rules is fine, especially when it's such a small change. But, like, just, I don't know, it doesn't take... Look...
No retroactive enforcement. You have to fairly enforce it to everybody who did it.
Right.
Like that's the whole thing.
But
it's
again,
about integrity.
Odeon, understand? We're going two different directions here. If I basically brought out a rule right now, I'm representing a different game company named ABC. Hopefully ABC doesn't exist. Okay, so ABC, you guys are playing my game. You guys played this weekend. I saw you guys do something that traditionally shouldn't have been done, and I messed up. I didn't put it in the rule sets. I want to put out a rule set by this Monday, saying that if we see this activity, we will now basically create a punishment, and these are the different punishment levels that we'll basically commit. Now you guys have a week to make a decision on how to change that.
The problem by that is, Archie, that if you... it really depends on the rule change. In this aspect, it's fine, right? But what if you write a rule like, if the outfit is essentially just made to win outfit wars, then it shouldn't be allowed to participate, right? But which would be a clear anti-stacking rule. Now I don't agree with that, but let's say they do that, right? Then and then it's already going, and people have invested time and effort, and now some people will just be out, right? In that manner, I don't think it's fair. It isn't, even though morally speaking it might be right. It's not fair to the people, right? It doesn't make any sense to me,
but this
right?
This is
imagine
alpha,
that happening.
And they're trying to make decisions that they think will be best for the competition.
Look, leniency is important here, right? I of course I know it's an alpha, but that's why I say it, right? Because it's like, look, it flies in the alpha, dude, but you can't do that. Just make clear rules, define them, and keep them for the cycle. If there's a problem, well, that's too bad. That's on you.
Wait,
Jesus Christ!
Are you saying don't
rule
change
was
it?
clear enough in this regard. It wasn't like for example, you had the example with the sort of blatant double teaming on Connery. That rule was specified, and the outfits that did it did not get punished for it. No, in this case, you had like a account lock for the character, and people just circumvented it. I mean, at that point, you have to understand that you're doing something wrong.
Yes.
Like I said, I
And then
don't disagree
you
with the
can't argue
disqualification.
against that.
Yeah.
I mean, I think in
True.
that sense they did everything correctly.
But just word
I-
the rule better.
Or do something.
I mean,
Well,
they changed the
here's
wording.
the
It's
thing,
still
the
alpha,
mechanic
so you can
people
just,
worked around a mechanic is what actually ended up happening. They didn't think that they needed the rule because they had the mechanic in place, and then people worked around the mechanic.
Yeah, but at that point, it's just
very
becoming
well
semantics. I mean, like,
It's so well known that people have
discuss
multiple
that.
accounts.
Look,
Is
even
really
look, you have to realize there's going to be a circumvent about going around if you lock it to account. If you lock someone in Outfit Wars to an account, you can just go make a new account. It's a free-to-play game. It's not going to do anything. So trying to minimize Zerg fits or stack fits, trying to minimize stack fits isn't going to work, because if, let's say, a quote-unquote new group of people, which is a whole bunch of elites going to make a stack fit, make new accounts and come in and make a new outfit, who's to say that that's actually a stack fit or that it's not? And how do you go
That's
about
not what we're
adding-
trying to stop. We're trying to stop people from playing in one match, losing, and then just joining another team with
But
alternate accounts.
That's what I'm saying. You can just go and join on a brand new, fresh account into that and already be in that. You can
Sorry,
already
I brought
do that.
Begong in the middle of the conversation. He was in the waiting room, and I'm not sure how much you've actually heard. Begong, can you confirm whether you were basically listening in on the entire conversation, or you came midway?
I came in part way, but I think I understand that you guys were talking about trying to minimize, people playing on multiple different teams. But like
we were going on subjects like that was talking about the rule sets that the developers were basically stating. They made this rule set, and then they basically made
the unspoken code of conduct.
Yeah, and then they basically did it on Hydra, and they did it on Blue Moon, and as well as
I'm familiar with who they did it to, and I don't think it's right at all.
Okay, so let's just pause, break real quick, and we're about to basically finish up this entire conversation. I want to make sure we conclude it to at least something we can basically look forward to as far as what we agreed on as a team here. If not, then it's basically a draw. We have no idea how to move forward. My opinion is I'm for devs right now, not because I'm trying to basically, suck up to anything here. It's because it's their game. They need to work on its alpha, early, or beta, whatever you want to talk about it. If we don't give them the chance to basically work on their content throughout the entire 6 weeks watching this and adding rule sets or trying to reapply what they believe this game mode was supposed to be because of the wording wasn't improperly placed, I'm trying to find a way to make it to where you guys as a community that plays in this role, how do we get you guys to agree that, hey, you guys exploited it, you guys found a way to finagle through these cracks of words, and it wasn't justified on their part to basically ban you guys? What would be a better way to do it? Change and basically redo rule sets at the end of the matches, and then saying if you guys commit it for next week, we will then apply X rule or X ban or X punishment to you. Can we agree to that? Or do you guys say, don't do it at all for the 6 weeks. Let us enjoy bending your rules that you screwed up on because you didn't specify it. Which one do you want to basically hold on to? Let's go to Begong on that statement. Do you want them to have the ability, the developers have the ability to change their own personal rules throughout an alpha early access midway and then apply their punishment after they put that rule set out? So it means nobody's punished. They're going to basically state that this cannot happen going any further. Or do you think they shouldn't have a rule set out and let it basically continue going down this path until the end of 6 weeks?
On that topic, I don't think that there should be any rules, but to answer your question, I think that the better of the two is to not change rules over the 6 weeks, because a lot of people's complaints about Jaeger and their competitive events is the amount of rules that you have to follow in order to play, and it's an off-put to people. So you're just throwing in a whole bunch of rules, and if you change it every week, it's okay. What's the new rule this week? What's the new rule next week? What did someone do to get around this rule that week that's going to be different from next week? How are we going to work around that rule? Because for the most part, all these problems that you're trying to make rules for is a very gray area, and how do you hit that gray area and make it a clear right or wrong? Because there's not, because the easiest one to point to is double teaming. At what point is double teaming griefing or playing to win? How do you know when that starts and stops? It's the more the more rule changes you have, the worse it's going to be, because it's just going to become a huge, cluster of no one knowing what's going on and what's allowed, what's not, and then people getting banned because they didn't know something, got banned, 3 months ago because some, random outfit decided to work around a rule, and no one thought about it, and someone does something that's somewhat similar to that rule can be seen as griefing or a violation of those rules, and they get banned. It's the more rules you add to anything, the worse it's going to be, and like I said, it's the problem that comes with a 1v1v1 format.
Awesome.
I don't think that the 1v1v1 format is the problem. They just need the proper mechanics and incentives to encourage good sportsmanship.
Okay, so do you think that the recursion pigs and R18 match was brutal, like just hardcore double teaming?
That's
Yeah,
the
it was.
definition of it. Yeah.
Okay,
and same
but
thing
that's-
happened to Dark,
that
and same
is-
thing
that
happened to
is
Gia
part-
over at
That
Hammer.
is part of the mechanics of the game. That is a part of
I
a 1v1v1.
agree. Yeah, I agree.
So how do you make a rule set to combat
I
when double teaming
just
becomes
said
griefing or not?
you don't make a rule set. You put the proper mechanics and incentives. Mechanics and incentives, not rules.
Okay, but how do you deal with double teaming with mechanics and incentives?
You get rid of rewarding factions for coming in second place so that people are always playing for first. You add in a kill per point system so that the team that's getting double teamed has access to twice as many points, and the teams doing the double teaming have access to half. There's lots of different things that you could implement in regards to mechanics and
Guys, I
incentives
think
that aren't actually
let me pause.
rules.
Let me pause it here. We've had that conversation already.
I
Big
think,
on, you
yeah.
left, but
Yeah,
we want to
I
basically
left
go. We want
after
to
that
we just asked you your question, and you say no. Thank you for the 6 weeks. You say once the rule sets are in place, we basically shouldn't touch it. Let's go over to Odeon. Odeon, do you basically want them to basically make changes every week so that way they can at least get an idea if that next week's new rule sets was actually great to enjoy moving forward, or do you think they should basically have one rule set designed and then hold on to? In my opinion, I'm on the point of the weekly thing should be a thing because they don't have time, guys. These developers don't have the time.
I don't think at this point they should be changing the rules. I think that if anything, they should let this iteration play out, and then after that, then they just need to put in the proper mechanics and incentives to make it better for next time. That's it.
Okay, and let's go to Ari.
Yeah, I think regarding the rules, I think clarification was needed after they saw certain events, and they chose to enforce the new rules that they communicated afterwards without actually punishing those that were involved. So that's perfectly fine. They have every sort of option to do that. In the long term, though, I would say that there needs to be sort of a clear framework of rules that everybody should abide by, and that is enforced and clearly communicated. And also, like when it comes to incentives, like I think the whole double team has gotten a lot of attention, but I think the incentives needs to be there. And I agree with sort of like the point rewards and stuff, but that's a different topic from the enforcing the rules.
Awesome, thank you. And then let's go to Schmitty, and then we can go ahead and call it a day. Schmitty.
Oh, look, I think that rules are, look, there's a competition, and in order to have a competition, you need a hierarchy, because at the end of the day, somebody is going to come out on top. That's what a competition is, right? And that competition can only occur in a framework that is both stable, integral, and consistent. And if that's not the case, then your hierarchy might fall apart. Now, we haven't been given any clear and concise rules. We then have been given vague rules, and some of them were applied in retrospective. That's the worst thing you can manage your hierarchy, period. And just try, if somebody from the dev team is listening, to be consistent with it and actually speak out the code of conduct and not make it an unspoken whatever we think fits our mood at the current moment or we think is nice or is not nice. It's people at this point have put real time and investment into making it through the playoffs and actually going there, right? No matter if they did something morally dubious or not. effort is effort. And if this isn't correctly formulated, then people will wiggle their way around it. And that's exactly what happened here. And I don't think we should blame the players, even though what they did was despicable, or that's too harsh of a word, but it's wrong, right? Even though that's wrong, we should not blame the players, but the game. Because it was clearly not put out correctly, and that's why people can abuse it. That's my finishing statement, and I'm gonna go out now.
Thank you, buddy. We're going to basically go out together in just a second here. I just want to tell everybody, thank you guys all for stopping by. We have a couple people that I want to basically get a chance to show you guys who we can actually send that raid over to from your Planetside 2 community, guys. Who should we raid is in this list right now. I think I got everything possible. At the very top, you guys can right now select your streamer that you guys want to raid this entire community together so they can continue talking about the subject or overall playing Planetside 2. You got Apollo PS2 in that list, Bgong, who's currently one of the speakers here, as well as CMK Russ and Zulfer. Did you say you're not?
Take me off that list. I left my stream up for the scrim that I was playing in. That's my bad.
Got it. List. Okay, so don't vote for Bgong, guys. So you can vote for Apollo, CMK, or Zulfer, guys. I just saw you basically in the middle of the stream. As well as everybody, listen, if you guys are here today and you guys want to be a part of this entire community on the Sunday Speaking, you don't have to be here for the entire stream. You get a chance to basically have your voices be heard, and then you can leave anytime you personally want. You'll have a speaker role. You can come in and out. But if you want to basically come in between subjects, you need to make sure you ask for clarity on what the subject's about. And it's very difficult to come in midway through and try to assume that they're basically the subject's happening. So we gave the right to let them come in and out. And we have done this last week as well, where people left and came back. And it's very difficult to respect those who are currently on that subject. Long story short, I can't drag anybody in due to the respect of this format that I've created, or else I would drag in every one of you who has DM'd me right now saying, let me in. And I can't let you in because you did not sign up on this sheet that I have in my Discord. Again, if you want to be a speaker for next week's debate, if we have enough subjects, the subject bar is right there. Outfit, topic, ideas. If you don't put your topic ideas, I will not stream an Outfit Wars breakdown next week. Again, post it in your newest 3. What is the next channel I'm going to be making? I'm going to be making a new one called 321 Outfit Wars Breakdown Speakers channel. And currently I basically locked it so you can't type it in. These are the individuals that actually did put their name out there and showcase themselves here. So if I don't see you guys sign up in the 321 space, you will not be invited as a speaker. So you can come in and out as much as you want. And that is the only rule I have to show evidence that these individuals have put in the time and energy to want to showcase Outfit Wars breakdown in their opinion, in their outfits, and their leadership positions, or as their own self-opinions. Thank you guys all for basically stopping by here. Can I get a chance to have Bgong, Odian, Ari, and Schmitty just do a 10-second outro? It's telling me that you guys like Planetside too, or like it sounds like we just basically had some salt basically cast out there. Are you having fun?
Oh yeah,
having a blast, Arshee.
Okay,
doing great. So
thank God. I was like, can we get some confirmation? Did you guys love Planetside 2 here? Like, can we get some like positive notes in here?
Yeah, Outfit Wars has been great. Planetside great. Arshee, love you.
I love you too, man.
Thanks to everybody who came here and had a conversation, and I appreciate everything. It was great.
Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Well, if I had the chance, like if I had to make a choice between playing with myself and playing Planetside, I know what choice I would make.
Playing Planetside, fantastic. That's what I'm talking about. Yes. Schmitty. Go wash your hands. But yeah, overall, thank you guys all so much. We're going to go ahead and basically let these 4 individuals be known that basically stuck it all the way through. They've been here for the last 5 hours. Give a huge round of applause over these speakers, guys. Unbelievable. They are basically super passionate.
Listen to by
I gotta say thank you.
Schmitty being insane.
Schmitty is amazing. No joke. What? Just kidding. Not at all. No problem. Hey guys, everybody in chat, I know you guys were basically very passionate in there as well. I had a chance to basically leave the chat open so that you guys can read it. Sometimes I take the chat away from you because you guys are basically doing copy pastas, or you guys are not talking about the subject, confusing the living crap out of me. And so I'm trying to basically juggle 2 at the same time. And so when that happens, I will remove the chat and minimize the chat and focus on the speakers. And this format is just getting better and better every week. You know, same thing's going to happen with Outfit Wars, guys. It's just tough to make this as efficient as you guys wish it could be with the limited amount of people on that team. I think they're doing their best. And so again, oh my god, Elway Chan is cute. Where's Elway Chan? Did you send me a DM?
It's true.
I want to see it. Madman.
Chan is cute.
Madman, I'm gonna give you VIP access so you can actually show this real quick. UA Madman has this showed that he can actually maintain family friendly for that. Madman, can you post that link again?
I veto all weeb stuff right now.
No,
okay?
I love
consume
weeb
Weebs in! Weebs in!
Okay, listen, I
chat.
consume it too. Okay,
I
I
yells
consume
in
it
the
too,
chat.
but my
You do not.
testosterone level's too high
You
to
do not.
look at it, dude.
Let me go.
I
Everybody go
I
check
do.
out this entire link right here, guys. I don't think I had a single day in my life where I had to be worried about Madman ever posting anything that would make me have a heart attack. Let's
My
go check
favorite
it out.
anime is like Rick and Morty, dude. Honestly, best.
Is it really?
thing out there.
Get out. Get the
Oh my god. Oh my
Weebs in.
god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Rick and Morty, best anime
my
out there,
God.
guys.
Oh my god.
Wrong. It's
Elway
Corey in the
Chan
house.
is super cute. Hands down. Unbelievable. That is way too cute, guys. Unbelievable. Thank you so much, Madman, for basically making that happen, buddy. Everybody, we're going to go and send that raid over to Apollo PS2. I know him from playing with me in Planetside Arena. And I ran the squad of 12, not to saying I was the best player, but I was the most vocal and I was basically shoutcasting my 12-man team to victory, and it was a lot of fun to see these guys clap everyone in sight. And all I had to do is take the best players and say, go there, and then just kill everyone. And so it was really, really, really fun. And so let's go say hi to Apollo PS2, who's playing for VKTZ. And he said he's playing blindfolded right now. That is crazy. So I don't know what blindfolded means, but let's go stop by, give some love over to Apollo PS2, and thanks guys for all stopping by, and hopefully we'll get a chance to see more speakers for next week. And I'll see you guys next time. Thank you so much, Ari, Schmitty, Odion, and Bigong, and the rest of the speakers we had earlier, as well as Hannibal Forge. We had Thunderstorm. I believe we also had... Let's see here, if I can go back to that list. Who else basically had to head out? Thel, and... Let me go to my Twitter post. I posted on Twitter. Twitter. There it is. Yes, we had Thunderstorm, Thel, Schmitty, Bigong, Hannibal Forge, and Born Flunky. Thank you guys all so much for basically stopping by. Odion, and as well. Take care, guys. Have a good one.
Thanks, Archie.
Peace out, guys. All right, let me go and basically bring over Madman, Pordellos, and Vane Evolved. They want to basically drag them to talk about it if you guys want to basically talk about off stream.
Oh,